I don't know what happened. But so I just dumped a jar full of pens on the floor. Bear with me while I pick them up. I'm going to need those pens. Anybody remember these? Rapidograph Konar pens. They used to be the jam back in the day. I think this one still works. I just need some a refill. Who are we drawing today? Anybody have any suggestions? I won't hold you to it. You don't have to buy it. Just give me some ideas. Something to draw. Here's another one, the same thickness too. I got way too many pens. It's official. I need a pen. That's an eraser. This is a glow-in-the-dark pen. Hey, maybe we'll mess around with this today. Go check out GA Comics if you're a surfer. They get some good stuff there, selling a bunch of indie and recent comics for butt cheap. Highly recommended. Let's see, open show. Let's make sure that the store is open. Buy it now is open. Looks good. Auctions are open. Looks good. I'm trying to streamline the. I noticed there was a bunch of items yesterday that I didn't have anymore. They've been sold, so I had to clean those out. I tried to do that yesterday. The Wix website continues. I had some 2 steps forward, 1 step back today. Go to astronautinc.com. If you aren't following me, you can go there and find all my social media links. You can go to Instagram and follow me there. You can go to YouTube and follow me there. You can go to Blue Sky and follow me there. The website has a store. There may be items in the store on the website that are not here on Whatnot. So, and vice versa. There may be deals here on Whatnot that I didn't put on the website. So make sure you check both stores, auctions here and the store on the astronaut, like the Spaceman Inc., like the drawingliquid.com. That's my publishing company. There's also a sub-site within astronautinc.com called Pop Art Properties. That is my That is my commercial art editorial IP design site. So since I created my own Wix website, I've kind of combined the two websites into one. I used to have two different locations, but it's essentially the same kind of stuff. You know, if you see my commercial artwork, that might help you make a decision for a commission. Who knows? So I don't mind combining the two companies into one site, especially when most people don't really use websites anymore, anyways, right? But I like to have a home base in case there's a social media apocalypse and Facebook goes away forever and Instagram goes away forever. Um, it wouldn't be a bad thing. It really wouldn't. So go to the website. There's also a link there if you want to join my mailing list. Send me an email and let me know, and I will put you on my mailing list. Covering all the bases. Yesterday we drew this guy. Anybody interested in him? Let's see if he's popping up. There he is. Here, I'm going to put him up for auction. That'll give me a chance to load up my YouTube and grab some reference for the next drawing. Cool. Anybody interested in Wolverine versus Sentinel? Jump on that guy. Let's see. YouTube. Today's episode 376. Yeah, if you go, or 276, if you go on YouTube, today's episode 370. As you can see, it's the same episode. It's playing live, it's streaming, but it's episode 274. So I don't know what to make. I'm just not there yet. I got so much other stuff to do. I'm dying to know why that happened. Okay. Alrighty then. Also, I got a couple commissions to do. Should write those down. Got Nightcrawler. And we've got Solar versus Dr. Eclipse. Solar Eclipse, get it? You whatnot whippersnappers probably never heard of Valiant Comics or Dr. Solar or Dr. Eclipse. That's fine. You'll be fine. But that's where I got my start, at a company called Valiant Comics. I remember very, very vividly being in a comic book store in New York City. I lived in Brooklyn at the time, in Park Slope, but I was in a comic shop in New York City in Manhattan. I believe it was in the 50s, like 52nd Street or something like that. And this is at a time when I'm trying to crack the comic book industry, getting rejection letters, sending samples in by mail. Ooh, snail mail. And just kind of still a fan, comic fan to the end. Finding a comic book series called Magnus Robot Fighter, which was a revamp of a 1960s Gold Key character, and another comic called Solar Man of the Atom. And so I bought a couple of them and really, really, really liked Magnus. And, lo and behold, some of my favorite creators were involved with these books, like Jim Shooter and Barry Windsor Smith and Bob Layton. This guy named Art Nichols was penciling Magnus at the time, and I thought he was great. He's terrific. So I got into the Magnus comics, and then I put some samples together of my pencils, and then I sent them in uh, via snail mail on a Monday, and I got a phone call on Wednesday with a job offer. So that was kind of neat. So my point is that some of these guys, these older fans, they still remember me from those days. I also created a series there, kind of like the Valiant Justice League or the Valiant Avengers. It was called Secret Weapons, and so this particular fan, his name is Carl. Carl decided that he wanted me to do a commission of a scene from Secret Weapons. So I'm going to try to do that. So, wow. Okay, so I didn't realize how big this book was, did I? No. It's okay, make the best of it. Check out some of this stuff. This is art by Mr. Bob Hall. It's Master Dark. I forget her name. It's not Sangria, but it begins with an S. And it's S-A-N. And there's Shadow Man. Here's Rye and Bloodshot. Here's Bart Sears doing Exo and Turok. That came out pretty great, huh? Here's Kevin Van Hook, Bloodshot. These are Valiant Universe characters: Bloodshot, Eternal Warrior. This is Ninjak down here. See, I remember these guys. There's my boy Magnus, Robot Fighter. I'm not sure who the artist is. Can't make that out. Juan Doe does a character called Archer and Armstrong. Very nice. Here's my buddy Eval Gachet knocking the bottom out of it like he always does. Just great. Great shit. Eternal Warrior. Here's David Lapham doing Harbinger, kind of revisiting cover, I imagine. And then I got to follow these guys. That's crazy. I actually undercharged him. I didn't realize how large these books are. This book is, rather. These pages are big. This is double size. So, shit. I got to figure something out. Make sure he gets his money's worth. Then we've got a Nightcrawler piece that I have to do. So, gonna be busy. I don't know. Nobody likes Cyclops except me. Feeling like a Cyclops drawing would be fun. We've got some chat going on. What do you know? Not used to that. Let's see. I remember. Oh, that came out epic. says 1D. You're talking about Wolverine. Thank you, 1D. Appreciate it. Yeah, that was fun. Once in a while I break out. I have like a bookshelf full of files with old photo reference in it. Sometimes, I'll just grab a couple photos just for anatomy reference and stuff. So I took this one. I liked how the deltoids kind of insert and stuff. So I was working with that and then turn it into something that doesn't look like reference, Doesn't look like a sketch from reference. It just looks like a conceptual, intentional drawing. And I like to do those. I remember you showing off that source material yesterday when you started. You captured that arm perfectly. There you go. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it. I also like the neck, how the neck kind of like really blocky, and I thought that fit like Wolverine's body type, and the pecs, how they're kind of pinched. Cool, good stuff. Miss Mayhem in the house. I saw Cyclops is a cool character. He's so underrated. Thank you. Thank you. He should be an A-lister. On par with Wolverine, not subordinate to Wolverine. He's a favorite. I think I like the leader characters because I always was a fan of Captain America. And he's like the de facto leader of the Avengers. Even when he's not the leader, he's kind of the leader anyway. And I always like Cyclops. I just think Cyclops is A, a great name, and B, a great visual, like the eye beams that shoot out of his eyes. That's some badass stuff. So I'm probably going to do a Cyclops today. Let me grab some reference. I'm going to continue my reference idea today. So if you have any other questions, Cyclops, he should be on the A list. I agree. Miss Mayhem, I saw you in the DA Comics. Did you buy anything? Did you end up about 2 minutes before I went live? I saw a box with a series by Jason Aaron, which I'd never heard of before. So I grabbed that. That was only $11. So 11 plus 10 for postage, and there's usually about 70 or 80 comics in there. So 70. Yeah, I paid 30 cents a piece for this box of comics. So that's a pretty good deal, I thought. And then I'll give them away. The ones that I don't want, I'll give them away to you guys. You can have them. I'm so nice, aren't I? I was really just looking at the Jason Aaron comics because I'm a fan of Jason Aaron. Um, you could probably find me on other streams looking for Southern Bastards. It's like a 20 issue series. It's pretty visceral. I think I was talking about it yesterday. It's kind of like, super violent Southern criminals. There's a football coach who's like really brutal to his players, and he's also happens to be like the mafia boss of the town. So he's untouchable as far as the law goes. It's pretty brutal shit. So it's kind of fun to read in that way. And so I'm a fan of Jason Aaron. Also, if you haven't read Scalped, that's pretty great. I have yet to read his Marvel stuff, actually. Um, so I saw a series in this particular box that I'd never even heard of. Maybe I'll do like a Jean Grey or something too. I haven't drawn one of the X ladies in a long time. Storm. I forget who the X ladies are. Rogue. Rogue is good. Maybe I'll draw her next. Let's do Cyclops. Get Cyclops out of my system. Miss Mayhem says, Ryan Carroll, good afternoon. Hope you are doing well, says Ryan to Miss Mayhem. It's so cool. Everybody's neat. Friendly in the chat. That's nice. Because a lot of times I don't talk while I'm working. A lot going on. So there's a lot in the store. Feel free to check out hundreds of items in the store. I still moving forward with updating the not just my website but also um, the Whatnot bin. So I think this is in the bin. I think this is in the bin. I'm pretty sure that's in the bin because I've had this for a while. Definitely in the bin. I don't think I put this one in the bin yet. So if anybody's interested in that, I'll run it. This would be $50 off. This is a convention price. Jam Piece is not in the bin yet. I've got to do these. I'm not sure this guy's in the bin yet. Venom Bust Shot, $100, 150 at a show. This guy's in the bin. This guy's not in the bin yet, but as I look at it, I'm not digging this arm, so I'm gonna mess around with this a little harder. I'm gonna do probably add an electro figure or something to it to obscure the arm, just because I don't like the arm. You guys may like it if you want it as is. Let me know and I'll run it for you. Also in the bin, you can find some of my Marvel work. I don't have many copies of these left. Um, there's one called Planet of the Symbiotes. That is not even in print anymore. I can't get those anymore. So I've got maybe two left. They sell at shows like very well. So you can get this one, Tooth and Claw. I believe it comes with a copy of my latest book, but I'm not sure of that. Check the item description. So this one has the Tooth and Claw mini series in it, 3 issues. The book itself contains about 25 issues of Venom stuff, but 3 of the issues were drawn by me. I don't see them in here, but I'm sure they're there. It's called Tooth and Claw. There it is, right in the front, actually. That's old Joe shit that you guys seem to love. I'm so much better now in all ways. Kinetic energy, I don't know, technical skills, just experience. but lots of people love the Tooth and Claw. And then Planet of the Symbiotes, the only way to get Planet of the Symbiotes nowadays is through this epic style honker. There's about 25 issues in here. I did another mini series. Actually just saw that. There's the Planet of the Symbiotes. I did that. Let's see if I can find. There it is, Planet of the Symbiotes. And then I just saw there's another mini series in here I did. There it is. Venom, Along Came a Spider. So you get 5 issues by me in this particular volume. This is in the bin. I could sign it for you, no charge. Anything you buy in the store or at auction or here on Whatnot, I'm happy to sign it, no extra charge. Um, I do offer a CGC Signature Series service where you can order a piece by me and I'll sign it and submit it to CGC. We just did that for Donuts. He had a 9.2 that I cracked open on the show, and I submitted it, and it came back as a 9.2. So that's cool. You could also I read the report on the 9.2, and I saw what was wrong with it. It had like very small ticks up along the spine. So. All right, back to business. This is a cool shot of He-Man. Dolph Lundgren as He-Man. This feels appropriate. This comes out of my folder called Power Poses. This is a good kind of superhero pose. So I'm gonna do a variation on that one. I'll have him lifting his hand up to his visor so you can kind of see him blasting. I'll be right back. Oh my God, I just slurped.
Spider-Man, Spider-Man does whatever a spider can. The superhero that looked at the entire history of costume do-gooders, the billionaires with caves, the alien gods, the radioactive rage monsters, and decided the appropriate response was, you know what would be really inspiring? A kid who saves the city and then gets fired from his waterboy job. And in 1968, Ralph Bakshi, the man who would later give the world Fritz the Cat and a rotoscope Lord of Rings that still haunts people in their sleep, made a Spider-Man cartoon so cheap, so deliriously recycled, so cosmically indifferent to the concept of production value that it accidentally told that story better than it had any right to. The backsheet sessions of the 1967 Spider-Man cartoon are, and I want to be very clear here, a glorious mess. But they are also accidentally the most philosophically honest Spider-Man stories ever committed to animation. And that's not a compliment I hand out lightly. Because here's the thing about Spider-Man. His origin isn't exactly about a radioactive
Spider-Man. This guy's accent. He's got me. He lost me with it.
one that matters. It's about a kid who had the power to stop something horrible, chose not to, and carried that weight forever. And the universe never said thank you for the lesson. Let's talk about why that's the whole point and why a budget starved cartoon from 19. Get the hell back to work. So far, I've never been late. Like I've got enough time to do it. But yeah, I guess I went so fast I missed a couple things that I wanted. Darn. Farrell is great because he keeps going in new directions and keeps it fresh. Great characters. Love it. Love it. I was in Japan, and I just love the vending machines and such. Yeah. And I get this stupid idea of what if you fought an army of vending machines? Welcome back to Direct Edition, a podcast about nothing and everything. I'm your host, Dave, and I got another great interview for you today. I have a returning guest. It is the great Jeff Darrow. Jeff Darrow, the creator of Shaolin Cowboy, co-creator of Rusty the Boy Robot and Big Guy, designer of The Matrix, and an amazing, amazing comic book creator who has worked with and worked on some of the greatest things ever in comics. I asked Jeff to come back so we could talk about his brand new Shaolin Cowboy book. That is Staying AI Alive, which comes out July 1st to your comic book store from Dark Horse Comics. And I've read the first issue twice, and it's a blast. It is everything you want in a Shaolin Cowboy comic. It's got amazing drawing. It's got great action. It's got a great sense of humor and a lot of dogs. Some pooping, some smoking, but a ton of dogs and other creatures for that matter. Me and Jeff get to talk about that. We get to talk about the variant cover artist that he has coming up and some specific amazing talents that are working in comics right now. And he reflects back on some of his time with Mobius and the Wachowskis. And we get to talk about some movies that he had recommended I watch, and even get to talk about some of the current movies that are coming out, like Obsession and art and taxidermy. And this conversation ranges from everything that you can think of and a lot of things that you really can't think of, but you're going to enjoy it because I said so. Before we get started, if you're watching on YouTube, just don't forget to hit the like button. You can also throw a comment and all that good stuff. Any interaction with you, my listener, on this 105th episode or something like that really helps get this out to a new audience. And, I really, 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 really hope that you enjoy this podcast and you check out all the interviews because I try to put artists and writers and creators and musicians and people that I love and want their creations to get out to a new audience. That's really my job with this podcast. Anyway, enough about me and enough about the
Honorable
preamble.
goal.
Let's get to the interview with Geoff Darrow. Friends, welcome back. I have a returning guest today. He is the creator of Shaolin Cowboy, the co-creator of Hard Boiled, the visualizer of The Matrix, and the Pope once called him the Karl Barks of Carnage. That is Geoff Darrow. Geoff, how are we?
I'm okay, I think. You can tell by the sacred light floating over my head.
Yes, that means the angels are watching all the good ideas.
They're keeping me away from the good people. I don't want to corrupt anybody.
I thought of that nickname yesterday.
I met Geoff Darrow, I think, at a Baltimore show. He was a nice guy.
The new Shaolin
He just had like a pile of random drawings. They weren't, I don't remember them in a book. Oh, they were in a book. But they weren't like actual pages. They were just kind of random drawings. And they were all great. He's a great artist.
It'll be out this week.
You whatnot whippersnappers ever hear of Geoff Darrow? I hope so. You whatnot whippersnappers ever hear of a movie called The Matrix? Because he worked on that too. I think he did character design work or environmental design. He did he did artwork for it because I have a book. I have a book full of drawings that he did for The Matrix.
But yeah, it made me laugh so many times because I feel like the chicken fat on this issue, the first issue, is pretty thick. Like there's a lot of jokes going on inside that issue.
Yeah, it's because I mean, if you pick it up, you won't get any idea why the title is what it is. It isn't until the second issue, and you should have. I mean, originally it was done as it was going to be 52 pages.
Oh wow!
The first issue, and Dark Horse is like, well, I said, yeah, okay. So because it ended because I thought, well, the last page doesn't really, because I like to end an issue with something like something happens, and that is just like, well, we'll see. Yeah. End of the second one, by the third one, well, by the second one, let's see, the third one.
Yeah, I think this may be, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this might be the first time we've ever had a Bee Gees reference in a comic. At least on a title of a comic. But it's interesting because you in this issue, I mean, right, like you said, there's no real reference to AI, but you can already tell like there's something steeped in current times, and then obviously the title really alludes to that. But I mean, is it pretty much easy to say this is the anti-AI comic because of all of the drawing that you've done on it?
I don't know. It was the only reason I came up with the title way afterwards. I had way after this whole AI thing kind of running. It existed, of course, but when it really started exploding, and I thought, well, maybe I should play that up a little bit because it's actually based on like Dark Horse reprinted my French book
last year
in a book called Beginning of the End Results, and I was there's a character in there, a villain in there that is the villain in this one. And I thought, I'll have this will why not? Because I always liked them, and I was in Japan, and I was always I just love the vending machines and such.
Yeah.
And I got this stupid idea of I'll give it away. I don't know if it's not that big a thing. What if you fought an army of vending machines? And it seemed like a great idea at the time. And the first time I drew it, because I'd already done it. Oh yeah, and I had already done this comic. There's this vending machine, and I'll bring him back, and but by the end of it, every time I have to go back, like I just finished off doing all the little end bits for the collection because I already had to do those for a book that isn't even out yet. But like, oh god, I gotta draw this vending machine again.
Yeah, that's I mean, but I feel like is it accurate to say that like you do kind of challenge yourself when you're drawing a lot? I mean, it feels like reading through your books like you are trying to challenge yourself.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. I just always think, what is this is such a dumb idea. And so I'll waste a couple of years of my life doing it.
Well, I think the reader will appreciate all of it as well as the laughs that they get. I mean, in that first issue, whatever it's page 5, the sequence where he's trying to open the bottle to get the message out, and like I'm like, we all know the struggle. It's a very human thing, but then his problem solving is a little bit less human and even funnier.
Yeah, that whole thing. I said that to a few friends. I go, "This is the greatest action scene ever done in comics." Because it's, I mean, I'm being kidding.
So ridiculous.
But it's so. But it was that to see all that. See, that was fun to do because it was so easy. That whole it was like, oh, this was all fun and easy, and then once he gets into town, it turns into a nightmare.
Right.
At the time it sounded, because I kept thinking maybe I'll just print it from the pencils. And then because my pencils are really tight and they're really, and then I thought, well, now people think I'm a loser and lazy, and so so I inked a couple of pages. I still thought, I don't know if this looks good. Like by the time I got to 10 pages, well, I could still back out at this point. And in fact, I think I asked my editor, and he's great, but I didn't get much, help from him one way or the other. Well, whatever you want to do, I just wanted somebody to tell me, yeah, go ahead and do it.
Sure.
But I never got that from anybody, so I just
they left it in your court.
I just kind of struggled through. It was hard, especially by issue 4. It was really hard.
Is it
because I tell you, there's a couple pages and then the third one where I got tired of drawing this machine so small, so I did them. I don't know what the size those pages are, but most of the pages are 2 up already, and I did this one. It's a full sheet of Strathmore. There's like about 8 or 9 pages like that. And what the hell was I thinking? I wasn't thinking. Which I often.
I mean, you took him out of the desert and put him into a town. So yeah, you're doing more drawing. I mean,
well, he was in a town for most of the last one, and that one seems simple compared to this one. I think I don't know. I don't know. I can't tell because people still think the most detailed thing I ever did was Hardball, and I'm like, that was like compared to this, especially this one. It's right in the last one.
Yeah,
the last one almost killed me too. It was my COVID comic.
That's right.
I never thought I'd ever do something 200 pages. That's why those mangaka, I'm just like, wow.
Yeah, that's a wild thing to think about.
They have assistants, but still, when you hear about their work. I was watching today, I ran across a sort of a fan-made documentary on Toriyama. I know quite a bit about him, but there's some of the stuff I didn't know. And I said, man, was there Karashi when you work yourself to death?
Yeah.
I know guys that do it. They are. They're mangaka, and they're just, man.
Well, it's one thing like to work that much, but you're not getting up. You're not getting exercise. You're probably not eating right. And a lot of those guys, if not all of them, smoke consistently.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When I worked at Madhouse Animation in Tokyo, and I'd see these guys and I'd see what they would eat because they just had like a Empire State Building of a cup of noodles next to their thing. And that's a lot of sodium. I mean, once in a while, okay, but jeepers Christ. But then you come on top of those guys, they just were not paid well.
No. Yeah, and what like I think I remember talking to Felipe Smith, and it was something like 8 pages a week or 7 pages a week. It's like that's.
But Urasawa, he was doing 120 pages a month for 12 years. How that guy's not dead? I mean, I know guys that like worked for Studio Ghibli that died. I mean, they literally worked themselves to death. And, I mean, to his credit, Miyazaki worked just as hard as everybody there. I mean, he wasn't like, okay, guys, I'm out of here.
Right. Yeah, it's what's the balance though? Like you look at American work culture and like in comics here, and like guys can't even do, like it's tough for some people to get, a couple pages a week, which sounds a little more human, but it's a tough balance, and I don't know who does it. Like, does the French comics industry have a better balance in their work?
I think so, but they don't earn as much. I mean,
Right.
Back when I started, I think you could just be a one book a year guy, and I know that Giro Mobius, he was kind of a Jack Kirby in a way, in that he produced a couple books a year. And the quality just mind-boggling. But now unless you got a hit thing, it's a hard it's hard to make a living at it. I mean, in comics now, I mean, earlier off camera we were talking about Felix, Felix of Felix Comic Art, and I've told him, I said, I think you have done a really great thing for comic artists, because he's really helping those guys. They can keep doing their comics and they can earn a really good living doing what they love to do. And that's I'm over when I hear about people working on their computer, like, man, there's a revenue source you don't have, especially if you're working on Marvel or DC, because you can always sell those things. The covers, and it doesn't even matter, the quality of it. I mean, if it's a Marvel cover or DC cover, you can sell it.
It does boggle my mind. Like, I understand there are some artists that have to work digitally because of the quickness that they need to put their stuff out, but I think you're at least that they should do the covers traditionally, because because it's I won't if you're
it's money in the bank.
I mean there's
like if you're working on Patsy Walker Night Nurse or something,
like Jorge Jimenez is the artist on Batman, and has been for 4 or 5 years now. He was through James Tynion's run, he was through Chip Zdarsky's run, and now he's the artist on Matt Fraction's run. And I think he works digitally, and it's like, that's Batman. That is the flagship title of all of comics. But Felix, like you said, I just recently had a chance to record with Nick Dragata, and on Absolute Batman, like what he's doing, and the original art sales, like, it's amazing to see that.
When I worked last movie, I worked on the Matrix sequel, and I was the only guy working on paper. They're all in there, but you go into the other rooms, and it was like the deck of the Enterprise. All in hell, there's like 78 computers turned on, and they're doing the things. And I actually did something. God, this guy would never let me forget it, because I couldn't understand. I'd come in there because I get in really early in the morning. I get in at like 6 or something, 6:30, and because nobody was there and I'd work. And I always noticed that they'd leave their computers turned on. I go, God, the Wisconsin, the carbon trail. And so one day I did it. I went and I turned them off.
Oh no.
And just in one room. And I came in, and this guy goes, "Oh man, boy, I hope there must have been a power out because my computer was turned off." I was like, "Yeah." He goes, "Yeah." Is that why is that? He goes, "Well, because the stuff they do during the day would have to, I don't know what you call it, but
Like render?
yeah, the rendering would be. That's why the thing was on all the time." And I got, "Jeff, you got to tell." I said, "I have to tell." And I told him the truth. I said, "I turned it off." I'm sorry. And it was all fine.
Yeah.
But he never let me forget it. I go, "Okay, I told you. I didn't have to tell you. I kept my mouth shut." This is
Right.
You were being keeping you there. Really, really, really good guy. But gosh, I didn't know.
Have you ever tried to do anything digitally? Like, have you ever just sat down and tried it at all just to see what it's like? No. You know,
It's a good
I
question.
can't
a little bit. I get a little bit on somebody's. I did some.
Right. But traditional is, I mean, that's kind of the whole overall, the theme whenever I talk, I'm talking to artists all the time, but, the whole AI, generative AI art debate, at least the one thing that we can sit back and be okay with right now is that they can't replicate your pencils on a piece of paper and have that original art. Like they can't do a painting, so
But
I think that's one of the reasons to focus on traditional is that is the best fight against a lot of it.
yeah, I don't even want to think about where it could end up. So I just think about the generations under me.
Yeah. But
too scary.
do you, speaking on the Matrix art, did you keep all that? Like I know, no, you don't. Do you get to keep any of it?
There were a couple things that got passed on to me, but for the most part, it belonged. I mean, the Wachowskis kept most of it, which is fine. It was their film. And the last one, a couple of things were given to me, but yeah, no, because I mean that belongs to them.
Well, and at least it's in good hands. Like the
yeah, and I mean it was their. I mean it was their film. I mean it was it was an amazing experience.
Speaking of working with them, you did a lot of work on Speed Racer, right? Which I think that just got
a
remastered 4K release.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
my daughter did too. My daughter
did
that's
what I was gonna say. I was gonna ask because I didn't even message her about it, but I saw.
And I did. We both did animation in that film. She did hers, and then I did this thing that because the Spritl's watching some cartoon show, and that they wanted it to be a Fist of the North Star. And so I did the whole thing, and it's like I think I still have some of those drawings just like it. I think I did the dialogue for it too. Like taste the fist of my justice. Doing voices and stuff, and I think that we may have made it in there. Like just close-ups of faces going ah, like we did in Speed Racer. Because I've been watching those. They stream them live on YouTube, and God, those things are so violent. They're just so funny because a lot of it's just going.
Right.
And I love that stuff.
I have to remind me now. We saw
the logic of it.
Let the man talk. When the man opens his mouth.
Why not? That's what I think about Japanese art and comics. Like they never stop to think, well, this doesn't make any sense. Who cares?
No,
it's crazy. It's a comic book.
In kind of all of their art, like even in their even in their music, sometimes or like you see some performances or like I was in the Tower Records in Shibuya last year, and I went up to like all of the floors, right? I wanted to experience it, and I guess I walked into the J-pop floor, and there was a live performance going on, and I'm like, what is happening right now? Like, there's like 8 girls in costume singing, and I'm like, none of it makes sense, but at the same time, I can't exactly look away. Like I'm drawn to the weirdness of it.
It's a concert.
I used to go to the one in Shinjuku. That's the one I would go to. I used to, I haunted Tower Records when they existed in the United States. There's one in Chicago, and I go there, and there's one in LA, and it's sad to me that because I just go and look and find stuff. Now there's a part of that thrill of I've had a
couple of friends of mine that are artists get kind of their first published work in Tower Records because they're very receptible to buying like a 200 print run of a zine or something like that. And we were talking before, I grew up on Long Island, and we had one that was dangerously close to my high school, like dangerously close. So oftentimes, if I wasn't in seventh period, I was at Tower.
They used to go to the one in, like I say, in Hollywood.
Oh, the one on Sunset.
Sunset Boulevard. And Sunset Boulevard.
There's a tower in New York City. I was at it all the time. It's four stories tall. 4 stories of records.
And I noticed he's got, God, this guy.
I miss
got
Tower
a
Records.
acne on his neck, and kind of looks, and I go, gosh, this guy looks really familiar. And he buys some stuff, and he ends up the door, and the guy with the gun goes, "Good guy, what a loser! He thinks he's George Michael." And the guy next to him goes, "That was George Michael."
No. You know, it's funny. I was at that Tower Records a bunch of times when I went to LA, and I have a story. Me and my friend were walking in, and out of Tower Records, right around the corner, walked right into Weird Al. I'm like, Al. He's like, hey.
Wow. Well, I was going into, because when I was working on the Matrix movies, I'd go in there with Steve Scroce, comic artist, brilliant comic artist.
Yeah.
And we were going there, and it's in the after 7 o'clock or something. And we're going in. And I put this in Shaolin Cowboy in the sort of edited kind of version. And these guys yell out at us from a car, these young kids, "Hey man, you're gay, and he's your lover." And Steve, and I look over and I said, "What did you say?" And they said, "You're gay, and he's your lover."
Okay.
And so they think they're just the most. It's like the Algonquin table. They think they're just so brilliant. And I said, "You can tell that from there?" They said, "Yeah, you're gay." And they just keep living. I go, "Enjoy that first beer. Bye." And it's just, I thought that was so brilliant. And I actually put it kind of in the, I think it's which one it is. It's the second one after the big zombie thing.
Mm-hmm. But well, you put in a version of that too in the new issue where they yell at him and they call him an immigrant.
Well, that's the whole, yeah. I think people that think they're really brave people because they're driving off and they're just
sure.
Yeah. I had a real, when I was doing the one before that, because there was just so much, the idea of using the racial slurs that they used against him. And I toned it down. I didn't use the real obvious ones, but I was kind of worried that Daniel Chabon, the editor, was worried about it. And I thought, yeah, but at the same time, these are ugly people. And they're not gonna, like, they're gonna use certain, certain slurs. You can't just go, "Bad. We don't like you because you're bad."
Yeah.
Then it comes out dumb. They're gonna use some kind of,
But you also, and it has to feel like when you think about like just anything that have stakes and there's a reason for it, like it has to feel somewhat grounded to the reader.
You gotta, somehow. They're ugly. There's certain ugly things that you just don't use. Sure. Maybe in a novel, depending on what the novel is, but just in a comic book, I'm not going to use certain.
Yeah. Stephen King will use that kind of language to make this villain really heinous, but in a visual medium, you don't need it as much. You need something, but the visual does the rest. I do want to say, I don't know, I can't recall every move that Shaolin Cowboy has used in a comic, but in this one, he kicks dog shit. It has to be one of the funniest things. Like, I laughed really hard at that.
He's cleaning his shoe.
Man, have you ever
that's kind of funny.
Consciously decided okay, I'm gonna draw 3 times more dogs in this storyline than I did in the last, because I feel like the last couple of pages I haven't even spotted smoking dogs, but there are a lot of dogs.
There always been smoking dogs, because I learned that raccoons, from eating what humans eat, they get diabetes, and I think they
Of
pick up
course.
all our bad habits. I mean, I don't think about how they
That
light
makes
the
sense,
cigarettes.
doesn't
And
it?
I was like,
Right.
somebody wait for somebody. I light the cigarettes. Somebody already said to me once. They said, "Well, you know, Daryl needs to learn a little bit more about physics." It's like a fucking comic book, for Christ's sake.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm gonna go out and see if I can jump off the top of this building and land on top of a car.
I mean, it's not like I mean, it'd be one thing if you were doing like an autobio comic for Fantagraphics, and then all of a sudden the character does like a backwards flip onto a building. Sure, maybe physics will work, but Shaolin Cowboy doesn't exactly sit in the "this is real life" comic to me.
What?
So, so you got 4 issues on this one, and then I heard a rumor. I heard you say that there's possibly maybe an artist edition of something coming soon. Is that
Well,
yeah.
yeah. I mean, originally it was supposed to be. It would have been out by now of the last one. Dark Horse was going to do it, and it got okayed. And then they decided, Mike Richardson decided, you know, well, let's do a Kickstarter thing and this and that. And it drug on and it drug on and it drug on. And like, for more than a year and a half. It was like, you know. And then they kicked him out of Dark Horse. And lo and behold, they kicked that thing out with it, but I had someone else to do it. But there is something interesting. It's going to be at San Diego. It's a San Diego exclusive. It's going to be like a real A3, you know, that size.
Yeah.
Like an oversized. Along with Pulp Comics in France, Arnold. We're going to do a black and white oversized of the first and the second issue. So you'll see the two of them together the way it should have been. Without the dialogue, just the chart. But yeah, that'll be out there. So,
All right. I'll find somebody in San Diego to get me one of those because
it's originally it was just do first back. Can we do that? Make it 52 pages. I mean, it was in the collection.
yeah, besides lead poisoning, that's the only release of your originals in a book, right? That's the only time you've ever had like any type of artist edition.
Yeah.
And, I think we need all of. I mean, we can get Scott Dunbier.
Well, no, I'm talking to Scott, because I mean, I would have done it with Scott from the beginning because I always kind of bother. He's the guy that came up with the idea, which I love. I buy a lot of those because I think it's the next best thing to owning the originals. That original, you know. Although I say about my own, they're not very interesting, except you might see things written with people's phone numbers and shit in the corner of the pencils. But the inks, there's no whiteout, there's no blue pencil. It's just So
this is the perfect pair for your iPhone. It replaces 3 different chargers. So when I travel, I don't have to pack extra cables. I don't have to pack extra bricks. This covers my phone, my watch, and anything.
It's like when they did those, but I don't know if that's interesting to people.
I think it is. I mean, look, the success that Scott has had, and then everybody else that's done their versions of artist editions kind of proves that it is success, and people want to see it. But I think it might be. I don't know if this is true, but it might be hard for you to see your art as something that everybody wants to look at. But I can tell you from the other side of things that I'd love to see all of the an artist edition with, even because I know you do separate pages. So it's like pencils on one side, and then the next page is the inks. I mean, it would be great to see that. And for artists,
well, I was gonna, we talking too about because I don't have any of the originals from Hard Boiled or Big Guy, but I still have all the pencils of the Big Guy.
Oh, there you
I
go.
still have some of the Hard Boiled, but not very many because some of them I sold during COVID because I kept thinking, it seemed so apocalyptic. Maybe I should sell some of this stuff now.
Right.
When we're in Mad Max land and no one's gonna want this shit, so I better load it while I can.
Hard boiled was done in pieces, right? Like you did each.
Yeah, that was like a jigsaw puzzle. I still don't. Damn Christ! I started doing that with, like I say, in the French book, my first book. It was, yeah. I don't know how I figured it out. They all see it's kind of worked, but those pages were huge. They're like one sheet of Strathmore.
Wow.
Yeah.
What about City of Fire? Like any of those originals still in your possession?
Yeah, and that I'm working with Mobius Productions, and in theory it'll be out maybe this year. I mean, and it will have the pencils which no one has ever seen,
Right.
and some of the I have the little drawings, little tiny little, like almost like that big, sitting with Jean, and he was like, because the whole idea was I was supposed to do a comic strip with him. And I moved over to France to do it. And by the time I got there, he had said to me, I don't know if this is a good idea, because he was part of this sect, and the head of the sect controlled everything, and like he would okay every single drawing. And he said, I can't put you under that kind of a control. And the editor of his, there was a company they also called Medina, Aiden. They said, well, what if Jeff did some drawings based on that thing, and Jean, you ink them and color them. So you're like the greatest speaker of all time. And I was so terrified. I go, I don't want anybody. I like the fact that people thought that I did a good job. And if they see the pencil, they go, Jesus, he really pulled his fat out of the bacon. It's a considerable amount of fat. And so I never. They were displayed once in Paris in the gallery, and they've never been seen the light of day. So I still have all those, along with these these wonderful little drawings that he did of just tripping. Well, how about this as a composition? There we go.
That's the thumbnail right there. That's it.
There we go. Oh, what do you think? Say hello, kitty. It's Moses. I think I'm gonna get up and let him out. Sure.
Oh, hello there. We'll get right back to the video. I want to let you know that I have a Patreon that supports both of my channels, Direct Edition and West Coast Avengers. For $5 a month, you can help contribute and support the channels. You get bonus videos from both channels. You get a chance to vote for a video that I record where I flip through a rare book. And every 2 months, you can take part in a private sale of stuff from my personal collection, my inventory, and my travels, stuff that is not available anywhere else, but it goes to you first, my friends. The link is in the description below. Direct Avengerinos, that's my Patreon, $5 a month. And now back to the video. Because with City of Fire, I think for most people that know what it is, like the only time I've ever seen it is when Ed and Jim did a kayfabe episode on it. Like it is an impossible thing to find.
That was this classic. I remember the American edition is interesting because Dark Horse actually printed. There's a drawing. It's called The Laboratory, and there's 2 versions of it because Mobius colored it twice. And I was coming in, and once again the editor was Aiden that published it, and they go, we've asked him to do it over because we didn't think this works. I'm like, what? I mean, this guy just got the balls the size of New Jersey to like tell. I mean, and that's Jean. Me out of it. No way. Jean was like, okay, and he did it. And so those were in there, and those are the yikes.
Was he the type of guy that, like, I mean, I don't know much about him other than what I've read and what I've heard you talk about. But was he the type of guy that was easy for people to collaborate with? I mean, I know you guys had a great collaboration.
I know he had a problem. If he had a problem, like when he worked with, it wasn't a problem. It was just that when he was doing Blueberry and he worked with this writer called Charlier, that guy would Jean would be waiting for pages for script.
Jeez.
and because the guy was a kind of a bon vivant, as I understand, and sometimes, and I remember I actually have the page. There's like one page. Oh, this is great. It's like it's in Angel Face, is one of the books, and it's because there's not a lot of action for me.
Yeah.
A lot of action in it, and there's this gunfight, this brilliant gunfight where it comes out and kills like 2 people or something. Like wow. I mean, like right like a Sergio Leone thing, and he gave me that one because one day when I got to Paris, he had this cabinet, all these page originals. And he said, "You can have one. Just pick one." I was like, "Oh my god!" And so I picked that one. But it turns out that he had gotten tired of waiting for Charlier, and he drew that whole sequence where he kills off those guys. And Charlier had a storyline that they were going to be in like the next 2 books.
Yeah.
And he killed them off, so he had to totally rewrite his thing. So,
Wow.
no, so no, and him, I just sent him the drawings, and there was one that'll probably be reprinted. That he goes, "Well, this one isn't working," and he was right, it wasn't. But other than that, he inked them, and I wasn't around because he had moved to Tahiti, and he did all that work while he was in Tahiti and then in Los Angeles. But I'm not told this people told the story for it. There's one, and he just said that he'd get up every morning. He'd put turn on his light box, and he would ink 2 hours a day. So that's all he could do. It was just too much. And then he'd go off and do whatever it is.
Yeah.
Working on the ankle or the next blueberry. But he was, I mean, he was, because he never did another thing like that. Was another guy. I never understood. Yeah. He was just so nice to me and so positive, and he just made me feel so good about myself. I mean, he was just so nice to me.
Well, I mean, there's something about you that everybody enjoys working with you, and your art.
I mean, Frank Miller might have a different story, but I mean, Frank, I mean, he was so good too because he just let me go, and I didn't know I wasn't supposed to do. I mean, the Wachowskis would always laugh about it because they thought that I knew. You knew what you were doing. You would always say, "Oh, I didn't understand," or "Oh, I didn't know I wasn't supposed to do that." And I literally didn't know that. Well, here's a sequence, and what if I did this and added this because it'll be more action and it'll be a little more this. And Frank would just, he told me later, like, Jesus, I was like, what the hell am I supposed to do with this?
Yeah, but the work
It was supposed to it's supposed to be a little bit more down to earth than it was. Because I mean, I had that, that drawing of that Mr. Williford guy in that sort of bath thing where he's got like this machine that's feeding and all that. That was like, and he'd been working with, Bill Sienkiewicz, and that was another thing that was like, he's like, wow, this is because Bill would just do these amazingly, threw Frank a curve. And you're saying, this is, it's like Frank, it's genius. Why not?
Yeah, I mean,
it's a comic book.
And if you take, let's say you took Hard Boiled and you took Electro Assassin, and you gave them to 2 people, or you gave them to one person that likes art but doesn't know comics, they'd be completely blown away. They may not be able to read a standard comic after that. Like they may not ever be able to read a Marvel DC book after reading those 2. But I look at, especially some of the machinery and some of the imagery in Hard Boiled, and I'm like, yeah, people have been looking at this for years, and you can see it in certain movies that you're the seed of why certain movies look that way. I mean, look at Dune. There's some certain images.
Oh, well, that's, I think Dune, it's Mobius. Yeah.
Well, there's that.
I mean, there's that. Yeah. But John, Jesus Christ, that guy. But we had a similar. We're not because we talked about it. We had a similar thing. Was like on movies because I know guys that spend like 2 months working on one thing. To do it over, and Jean was like this too. So yeah, it's my take on it. I can give you 2, maybe 3 at the most. After that, I'm done. I ain't got it.
Yeah.
You're not going to get anything better out of me. And if you keep, I'll leave. I'll just quit because it's just like I'm bored at that point. I know guys like Steve Strosman was telling me he worked on that iRobot thing, and he worked on like a month or 2 months in this one scene. It's like, Jesus, how did you do that, Steve? It's a lot cooler than I am.
Get tired after a while of doing that same thing over and over and over.
Another thing with the Wachowskis, I mean, they really spoke because they knew what they wanted. They told you, as opposed to give me a bunch of choices.
Yeah,
You know, they knew. I mean, whenever they say, they go, no, then they go, nah. They told me this. And I'd write it down and try to draw. I mean, as opposed to just like, I mean, they'd go in there. I was quickly going to go in and see them. There with Steve, and they had like one of those couple action figures from Star Trek. They had a piece of like a rope, and they were attached to it, and they were holding it up in the air, and they're underneath it with a little lens, and they're looking at it. And it was something that was like Trinity and them doing. There was the sequence of the helicopter, and they're talking to Steve about that. I was like, wow.
I mean, I guess that's like when we're talking in movies or, you know, in general with a visionary creator, like that's the difference between like, you know, kind of something that's put together by a studio or something that's put together in an assembly line versus two people or one person or whatever it is that has a vision of what they want, and they just pick the right people to execute that vision.
Yeah. I mean, the studio, the head of the studio at the time had no idea what. They did not understand the script at all.
Was a lot of that spearheaded? I mean, I don't know much about his process, but Joel Silver was kind of like the driving force behind getting it made, or no?
Yeah, them too, because I've told this story many times. But they needed a star.
Sure. Yeah.
And they give you a list. It's got to be somebody from the A list. And they looked through them. You know, originally one of the guys that they talked to was David Duchovny.
Right. We talked about this. Yeah.
Yeah. But let me mention this too. Just to repeat myself. But they looked at Keanu and they checked out his box office, and his movies never lost money. And they went to Warner's and they said, at this price, you'll at least break even. And they said, okay, we'll give you this amount of money to make your little science. They always say that your little science fiction movies. And when it came time to promote it, they said, well, they weren't too sure about it. And they said, well, we'll give you a Super Bowl spot. And that's what started it for them. Because I don't think it was number one the first week it came out, but it went to number one the second week, and it just kept staying.
It kept going because I didn't see it until either the second or third week. I remember that because, like, it's not that I didn't want to see it. I just, you know, and then one of my buddies was like, "You gotta come see this movie." We went to see it. And I'm like, "Oh, okay, I get it."
I remember I was at the premiere. I remember they were in like 2 aisles, and they had better seats than the Wachowskis. There was Will Smith with Rob Liefeld. Because Will Smith was one of the guys that wanted to do the movie too, but he wanted to change the dialogue, make it get more jokes and
right, like Men in Black type thing.
Really, yeah.
Rob Liefeld at the premiere. Why?
And I said, because I was like just 2 seats down from Lana and Lily. And they weren't even in the center. I think maybe they were in the center of the aisle, so they could see. But
I'm trying to remember, like Bound and then Matrix, right? There was nothing in between those two things.
Well, they wrote this movie called Assassins. It was supposed to be with Sean Connery and this other, and it turned out to be Stallone and Antonio Banderas.
Yeah.
Because he was going to do it, Sean Connery, and then the studio blew it. They announced the movie and him being in it before they had him signed. And when they did that, Sean Connery said, "I'm out." It's a no-no. Because it puts him as like because maybe it's not going to, maybe they wouldn't come to terms. That's just, and so. And then it kind of got rewritten by someone, so they wanted to take their names off of the studio.
Yeah,
I
that
didn't even
was,
Bound wasn't even out when I started working on the movie. And they said, "Well, we got these guys." I'd never heard. I said, "I've never heard of them." Well, they did. I'd heard of Assassin. Like, well, I'd seen. I didn't know that.
Bound was a great movie.
Yeah,
Fantastic movie.
Yeah.
Speaking of movies, the last time we talked about the director Timo, and I watched The Night Comes for Us because we talked about Iko Uwais. So I watched it a couple nights ago. Mike, I can't get that movie out of my head. Like,
that air conditioner scene. The air conditioner scene. Wow. I got another one. You got to go see this one. It starts this week. The Furious. Have you seen the trailer for
I saw
that?
the trailer for it.
Wow. Or even you've seen Guardians. Turned out to be Stallone and Antonio Banderas.
Yeah.
Because he was going to do it, Sean Connery, and then the studio blew it. They announced the movie and him being in it before they had him signed. And when they did that, Sean Connery said, "I'm out." It's just a no-no because it like puts him as like you. Because maybe it's not gonna. Maybe they wouldn't come to terms, and that's just yeah. So. And then it kind of got rewritten by someone, so they wanted to take their names off of the studio.
Yeah,
I didn't even Bound wasn't even out when I started working on the movie. And they said, "Well, we got these guys." I'd never heard. I said, "I've never heard of them." Well, they did. I'd heard of Assassin. Well, I've seen that. I didn't know that.
Bound was a great movie.
Yeah,
fantastic movie. Speaking of movies, the last time we talked about the director Timo, and I watched The Night Comes for Us because we talked about Iko Uwais. So I watched it a couple nights ago. Mike, I can't get that movie out of my head. Like,
that air conditioner scene. The air conditioner scene. Wow. I got another one. You got to go see this one. It starts this week. The Furious. Have you seen the trailer for that?
I saw the trailer for it.
Wow. Or even you've seen Guardians of the Walled City. Is that the name of it?
I remember that movie, but I've never seen it.
Oh, it's really good. Because the guy that did the action in that is the guy that has directed the Furious. It's a really good movie.
Yeah. So you've already seen the Furious?
Nah, I'm here. I live in the middle of nowhere. So
yeah.
If it does show up,
it looks
like I really wanted to see the latest Wu-Tang film, which is Blades of the Guardian, which was an anime and was a manga. They never played around here. So wait for the DVD.
Do you have a decent sized movie library?
God.
Yeah, that's a yes.
We got to the point where I was like, I already have that one and I bought it again. I read my noses. People think I'm an alcoholic.
It makes you feel better.
So,
yeah.
I did take a shower right before. I wanted to be clean.
Right. We're going to be talking about dog shit and stuff like that.
Yeah. Speaking of dog shit, there's a drawing in the collection of this next Staying Alive. There's a limit. It's the most dogs you'll see. Maybe I don't know why I did it. It's very childish.
I think that I don't know. Maybe drawing dogs is like your way of like just letting out the steam or whatever. It's like it helps your brain.
Letting out the methane. I always think, well, there's nothing going on with this particular drawing. So, I don't have a dog. Taking a dog. That should be a solution to everything. I mean, if I had to do like a romantic scene in the corner of like a chihuahua taking a dog. I had to do the Matrix comics, and they gave me this one to do. God, that thing was reproduced really badly. But it was this guy, and I know there's not much going on. So I thought this guy would have a bunch of chihuahuas. And at the end of it, then the robot doesn't just kill the guy, also kills the chihuahua. Because I was so annoyed by that chihuahua that was on what was it? It was Taco Bell or something.
Yeah, the Taco Bell commercials.
Chihuahuas used to really bother me. Not so much as these chihuahuas get killed by this robot. That was my addition. That wasn't in the script. Once again, going off script.
Chihuahuas aren't a natural animal. You know, like those don't exist and so I'm not going to say anything disparaging about Chihuahuas, but I've got
I
no
just
love
did.
for
What do you
that
mean they're
species
not?
of dog.
No,
What
do you mean they're not natural?
Yeah.
But I know guys, I know this guy that had one. And this thing was like, it's just like a pork roast with a couple sticks for legs. No, it's not healthy at all. At all. But it's like, God, it's so funny to watch this thing go.
Mickey Rourke was a Chihuahua guy. I don't know.
God, yeah, if you can recognize, gosh, I can't even recognize him.
No, yeah, that's a shame. I mean,
It's like that Versace lady.
they kind of look like characters in some of your books, actually, when you think about it. Like, you do draw what is kind of like the template for a Los Angeles plastic surgeon addict. You know, some of those characters in there kind of look like that.
Yeah.
I spent some time around those people in my old event job, and it's a very strange world. Very strange world.
Yeah.
Another thing that you mentioned you were on Ink Scribes recently, and you mentioned a short animated film called Ruthless Blade.
Oh,
Watched it yesterday. It's amazing.
I got him to do. He's done a variant cover for me.
Yeah, is that going to be on one of the second or third?
Yeah, it's on the last issue. Yeah.
Stuff to look at. This is a good podcast. Ruthless Blade is
people.
another.
I forget. I met him.
But how did you find that short? Like, did you meet him first?
I know, because I look on it just came up in my feed on Facebook. I was like, holy.
Yeah.
Or maybe I was friends with him already. I don't know, but it just came. I was like, oh my god, it's such a beautiful little story. It's just beautiful.
It is. Yeah. And you're a cat fan. I'm a cat fan. You know, like it really does. It really is I did not see it going where it went. I'll link that in the
I've
description.
watched it several times. Just so beautiful.
Yeah.
They did these beautiful action figures, and I got them.
Oh wow!
Like 1/6, they're like this beautiful, this big, and I look beautiful.
Oh yeah, I'll definitely put that link for the video in the description so people can check it out.
Thank you.
Speaking of variant covers and like, you know, you got a Murderer's Row on issue 1. You got David Mack, Dana Warren Johnson, Peach Momoko, Ryan Otley.
Yeah, Ryan and Dave Johnson. There's just so many. They're so good. I got Gilbert Hernandez, and I got Paul Chadwick did a really great one for me. And
I can't wait to see that. And Concrete's coming back.
Yeah. And who else? Because then I'll forget the guys. There's so many of them. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. How did when you're asking somebody to do a variant cover, you're just contacting them directly to ask?
No, because I don't want to put somebody in a position of, especially if somebody I know would have to say no. Right. I'll have the editor do it, and that way it doesn't. Because if they can't, I totally understand.
Sure.
Because it's just. I don't want people in that position because like we're friends and I mean, I every series not that I do that many I do I'd always love there to be a Mike Mignola, but he's already gotten 2 out of him. I go, ask for a 3 one. He's like, you're reaching for it. That's a bridge too far. Have you read his latest series? All right,
his most recent book.
So good. And it's funny, and I love just like there's so many maps in it. It's just like wow, it's like just epic. The maps make it epic.
He went from creating the world of Hellboy and BPRD, and now he's doing
with him, he was the hero. It cracks me up because it's him.
Yeah, yeah. The thing I love about Mike's comics, especially when he's drawing them, is those moments of just complete silence.
Yeah.
There's these quiet moments that like nobody does it in comics like he does. Nobody.
Well, I like when they have something that I always like in Hellboys and have some epic thing, and then he'd just going. It wouldn't be like some smarmy, smart ass crack like. It was just him going. Huh, didn't expect that.
Yeah.
I never saw that before. And then it's so funny.
Yeah, his
It makes
humor
me
is
laugh. Like him.
great.
He's so funny.
Mm.
Yeah.
Speaking of him, I'd heard you mention on the podcast there's a possibility of you doing a gallery show. I can imagine. I know what gallery it is in New
Yeah.
York next year.
I said I would do it. Yeah. I've never sold any of my Shaolin Cowboy pages. I got them all. Sold the covers, but so there's going to be a bunch of them. The one I might not ever just because is the Chef Buffet, the zombie one, which probably is the least favorite of everybody because I always get to say, oh, it's just one fight. It's the same drawing over and over. That thing really, scratched an itch.
I don't think it's. I love it because it is that. Because how many things can I think of off the top of my head where to revolve around an entire story is just a fight? Nothing really.
Well, because I always heard again before I actually because I had it. I was like Lone Wolf and Cub, and I bought in all the comics, the manga. I still have my copies, the ones because I was introduced to that by the film in like '72, I think, or '73 maybe when it came out. It was during the whole kung fu craze, and they were releasing all sorts of Asian films, and they released. And I went with my brother to see it in Chicago. I was going to art school in Chicago. And we went to see it. I thought it was going to be like a kung fu film. I was like, what the hell's this? And Samurai, I hadn't really seen. I don't think I'd even seen. Well, I probably had seen Seven Samurai, but I hadn't seen Yojimbo yet. I was like, oh, it's a samurai film. And then I was like, oh my god, it was the lightning swords of death. And the greatest catch line on the poster, it said, raise a kung fu fist to him and you'll chop it all, you'll slice it. And it was just so crazy and so bloody. It's like, wow, that thing. And so then later on,
Chef's kiss.
from this book that written by Alan Silver called The Samurai on Film, and it lists every film and who directed them and had chapters on each one and the best directors. And they had Lone Wolf and Cub, and it's based on a comic book. And I wouldn't know. I had no idea how to find it at that time. But I had been in New York in the '70s. I was working in advertising. I was there, and I'd go into bookstores, foreign bookstores, and I found a Japanese bookstore. I went in, they had manga. Wow. And I saw this one, just the bindings. You'd have to pull them out to see what it was. And when there was an Action Comics, I pulled it out, and it was a samurai one. And I bought it, and it was like a Bible for me. And I didn't know at the time, but that was Kojima. And then I moved to LA in like 1980, and I found a Japanese bookstore there, and I went and I'm looking at all the things. I look up, I see in the corner like these little drawings in the binding, and it's like it can't be. No. That looks like Dororo. It looks like not Dororo. What's his name?
The child.
Daigoro.
Daigoro.
And I pulled it down. I go, oh my god! And they had them all.
Mm.
And so I bought because I was not making much money, I bought like 5 of them. And then I went back and got 5 more. And then when I got working at Hanna-Barbera, I'd ride down there on my motorcycle and I'd get them and wrap them up in the back of my bike. And I still have them all 4. And the 27th, that last one, there's like a 100-page fight scene with him with Yagyu.
Wow.
Mm.
And Dark Horse this is one of my favorite, because nobody does in America, and it's because it's probably very hard. Artist editions, and they did one of Lone Wolf and Cub, and that fight's in there,
Oh,
and that's
geez.
which is a beautiful document. That whole thing.
Actually,
I always wanted, God, I always wanted to do that fight that goes on. And I also wanted to do it at the end of Hardboiled. I was going to show him kill all those people you see in the aftermath. And Frank said, "You'll never finish this if you don't." So just
yeah. You did your own.
Yeah, I did that thing and I'll do it again, probably. And people, I do know. That's what I worry the most. Like, oh, he keeps doing the same thing.
This guy's
These are
cool. I
all
like
the
him.
same thing, kind of, maybe.
I mean, I don't
I just draw what I like, and
Want to lose weight without losing muscle? Factor got me there. I was tired of all the cutting and bulking stuff.
I think generally the people who are supporting your work, reading your work, understand that. Like you're doing what you find. I mean, when I read the first issue, and because I know your history in comics, but I've talked to you before. Like I'm just laughing the whole time because I'm like, oh yeah, this is the sense of humor that he has. It's very much the sense of humor I have. That's the sense of action that I enjoy. And then after watching The Night Comes for Us, I'm like, oh, I know exactly why you love this movie.
yeah.
You know,
It's so why not? I love the whole why not kind of. That's.
It's comics.
I always like when people. What do they call that? They say that when they were doing like computer generated animation, and when they tried to do humans, and even in games, they got a title for it. It's something of disbelief.
Like suspension of disbelief.
No, it's it doesn't look human, and it doesn't look. It's just an odd thing, and everybody has that sort of like where they're. You've entered the valley of disbelief. That the thing that's a bridge too far. The thing is like, like if Batman suddenly, I don't know, like if Batman started using it, he has to use a gun. I don't know if he
machete.
Like I can't think of it's just a thing that. Well, like, they don't like him because of the red trunks.
Right.
I buy the whole Superman thing, but the trunks throw me off. That I was like, everybody has their. I mean, I've run that myself. As if people, this doesn't make any sense. This would never happen. What's a comic book?
Yeah.
Everybody is like mine. Mine is Cars, the Pixar animated thing. I can't understand it. It makes no sense to me because I started thinking like. Wait a minute. I've seen animations where the cars are live and they've like the eyes are the headlights and the grill is the mouth. That makes it. But now the windshield is and why are they watching car races? And who built these things? Because they don't have hands. Who maintains these cars? Who puts the gas in them? And it's all stupid. But it's all it runs through. I can't wrap my head around. So everybody has a
I'll have to think about that next time we talk of like what's mine, what's the one that I just can't.
It's everybody has. Like with Frank, I don't know if this is a particular thing, but when I did Hardball, it bothered the hell out of him that I kept putting that bulldog in the corner.
Yeah. I've heard you say that before.
Yeah, and I just because I had one. He's sitting in the corner.
You can just draw him, yeah. Yeah, I can't think of any animals that ever appeared in Frank's comics either until maybe 300 with the elephants. But
we used to do some dinosaurs in but they weren't alive.
Yeah, but you could see. I mean, like I've heard you say it. Like some of the stuff that you did in Hardboiled definitely shaped some of the stuff that ended up in Sin City. And Sin City is always
the like the I think he had that. I think it was the characters with Dwight. It wasn't Dwight, but there's that one guy that's got like a part of a gun barrel that just like stuck in his feet or his head or something. And I was like, oh, that must have been because I drew that whole thing, a big spark plug stuck in his head and license plate like in his kneecap and the dipstick in his back. I just thought it was fun. I was just trying to do something. Nobody's done that before that I can think of. Probably for good reason.
Nah, it's because they're all cowards.
It's just dumb. It was a pain in the ass drawing that fucking spark plug. I think I found one. I went out and I found one. And maybe that's probably what I found one on the street. My daughter always would laugh at me because I would be walking down the street and go, and I'd pick up an empty pack of cigarettes. Dad, what are you doing? I go, I might have to draw a cigarette pack.
See?
Yeah, I was sober. And I'd pick things up. Starting from some office is full of stuff that I just like.
I don't remember if it's you told me the story or if you told it to Chris. There was like roadkill. Like you went and got roadkill.
Yeah. Well, I found roadkill. I took pictures because it was cute.
Yeah.
I have since, like I'm out riding my bike here, and then I rode by what looked like something. And I come back, and I see part of it, and it's just like you could pick it up like a shovel because it's so dried out.
Yeah.
And I don't know what it is, but it turns out it was a badger.
Oh.
And right by said it, I left, and I kept thinking about it. Boy, a badger skull. So I go back there and I find the thing. And I come back and it took me, I don't know how long to the boiling water and bleach.
Yeah.
And just about the time of this, my wife goes, oh, yes, I saw it. She's out walking. She goes, right, not too far from us, there was another badger. So I got on my bike and I ride over there. And there's this thing, and, and it's covered in maggots and stuff.
Sure.
And I realized how fast, because I thought that one that I found was like a leather thing. It must have been there for like months and months. I went back 3 days later, and that badger was in the same as the second one was in the same state.
Clean.
It was just picked clean.
Wow.
It's like, holy shit. Damn.
Nature is crazy.
Yeah. Oh.
So
That's why I got two badger skeletons. I've got like ribs and bones, but I got the skulls. I bleached them out.
So like your accolades are, Steve, comic book artist and movie designer, and then
taxidermist.
Yeah,
well, no, I just use it because for drawing, because you can look at it and get interesting ideas for shapes.
Yeah.
I have some, because there used to be a place in New York called Maximal and Mandible. I don't know if it's still there.
No shit that he mentioned that.
You could buy, and I went in there and I've got like a snapping turtle. And,
there you go. Got those.
Bobcat. And, I don't know what else I got. I don't know if it's still there.
Probably not.
I don't know. I mean, I feel like that was an
I bought these skulls at that very store. That's wild.
Really?
Well, not the same company, but one very similar to it. They just have to be sourced certain ways.
In Paris, I don't know what the name of it is, but it's this taxidermy place. You can go in there and take your animal to them, and they will taxidermy. But they have it's
your pet.
It's an amazing building. I think I took Mignola there to see it. And you can buy like a beautiful stuffed crow, and they have one room that's nothing but insects. And they repair insects. Like if you've got because you could buy dried rhinoceros beetles, and sometimes the legs will break off. And they were showing me, and they started talking to them, and they go, then there's this young lady, and she's like gluing the broken scarab beetle's legs back on. It's like,
cool.
Jesus Christ.
Wow.
That's pretty cool.
That's nuts. Yeah, because like a June bug is huge, like the rhinoceros beetle.
Yeah. Tarantulas. And I remember I was in there, there was this one guy, and this woman went in there, and she was like, and then she had like a chihuahua or whatever with her. And the guy on the counter looked at it and goes, a future client. It cracked me up.
Could you imagine walking into somebody's home and seeing a stuffed chihuahua? It's like,
That happens. Yeah. And I think they freeze dry them too.
I'm sure that there are people who spend way too much money on their pets
They haven't. They've
who
had
have
no
stuffed
near me, unless it's a mummy in a museum. but it goes
pets.
for
I'm
like
positive of
like,
that.
And you
I
can't even
bet
used to be
all
able
of
to
my
buy
money.
human skeletons.
Yeah.
I know, and they're worth a lot of money.
Yes, yes.
I know
yeah.
someone that has one. We bought one. A lot of them would come from India and Pakistan,
Mm.
and I know someone that has like a. I have one. But I don't have it. It's a plastic skeleton that Frank Miller gave me.
Oh, nice.
And he got one for me, got one for himself, and he got one for Dave Gibbons. And the name
Lovely gift.
the name of the skeleton, that is a brand name, but they called it like Mr. Thrifty, which I don't know why, but I found that they still make them, but I found they're not as good. They're like more kind of plasticky, and the one that I had had broken, and I didn't have it anymore. I still got the skull, but the rest of the body, I remember when I was moving here, it was all broken. The screws were out of it, and I put it in the garbage, and I found a guy out there going through my garbage, and I said, just leave it the way you find it. And I saw him a little later, and I see him, he's walking down the thing, and he's got the body like in a backpack. And it looks like a Mike Mignola drawing, a guy walking kind of hunched over with like
With bones.
with the spine and the rib cage sticking out of his backpack. I got a picture of him.
I was gonna say 40 minutes later the cops picked him up and arrested him.
But I mean it wasn't a life size one. They were only about
Okay.
2.5 feet tall, but it was totally accurate.
That's good. Sounds like a living cartoon, though. You see this guy walking down the street with bones hanging.
Yeah. I mean, it could be a child skeleton.
Right.
I don't know what he was going to do because he was a street guy. It was like, who knows? It might,
Probably best off you go
some lubricant, and,
Hello.
now that skeleton has its own fans only page. Unlike myself.
Unlike myself.
Always interesting.
No, but well, you try things and you never know what's gonna work. Luckily, the comic thing has worked out for you.
Kind of.
I wanted to ask something I kind of forgot about that I guess you did 5, 10 Deadpool covers when Brian Posehn took over. I'm just curious, like I never heard you talk about that, like how that came about.
It's because Jerry Dugan, because he's a sweet, always been really supportive of me, and he used to work in this comic shop called Golden Apple in Los Angeles.
Oh, in LA.
And then he got into bringing, he always wanted to write comics, and he called me up, and they wanted me to do, cover, and I didn't know who Deadpool was.
Right.
And they said they wanted it. It was with like and I looked it up, and I always thought Deadpool was like Spider-Man, because I thought that I know Spider-Man became.
He is. He's a mashup of Spider-Man and Deathstroke.
He changed his costume, and he had amnesia or something. I don't know. And I thought he was he's like, and I thought, well, he's just because. The face mask with the eyes and stuff like that, and I thought, well, they just really. So what's the thing? I still, after I didn't know who he was, and I saw he had guns and he had a samurai sword, and I used to do this. And then they were kind of jacking me around a little bit, not them, but the guys at Marvel. And I said, I don't want to do it. I don't have, because I was working on this movie on top of it. And I said, well, all we want is a dinosaur. Well, if I can draw on fighting a dinosaur, sure, I'll do it. And then I did a few more, and I was really bad because I had to deal with all these presidents, which I didn't give a shit about. I didn't enjoy doing any of those. And then after that, like Arthur got to draw sharks, and man, that's not fair. Then I found out who he was. Oh, he's really, because I had no idea what his powers were either.
Nobody does.
Yeah. Yeah,
and I never, I never, because Marvel would send, they did send copies. I never
Right.
caught any of them.
God forbid, right?
Yeah, God, because they're so poor.
Yeah, they have no
And
money.
that cover that I did was, I think that first one, they used that on T-shirts,
Oh yeah.
and they like, this guy calls me up. He's an actor and very well known, and he calls me. He goes, and he said, Jeff, is this you? And they'd done this poster where they took my drawing of him from that cover with the dinosaur, and then they wiped out the background, and then they took some like kind of a My Little Pony unicorn thing, and they mixed them together, and they got a whole, like, it's not my art and it's not this other guy's art, it's both of ours together, which I thought was really kind of shitty. And
Yeah.
and I said, yeah, that's my but that's
It's a bummer. I was just curious because like,
but I was never a fan. I mean, I don't think I've never even seen the movies.
I like funny in that role. Yeah,
he looks really. I just have never. I haven't seen many of the Marvel movies. I think the last one I saw the Sam Raimi one because Sam Raimi got frustrated. He turned him into a zombie.
Oh yeah, I mean I
hate zombies, but the fact that he made him a hero zombie, I thought that's Sam Raimi. That fight with that weird rubbery monster.
Yeah,
great.
Yeah, I mean that's why it was such a good movie because it's a Sam Raimi movie. It's why I wish, I love movies, all movies, but I wish they would give some directors that have visions, like a style and a vision, some of these projects, because it's the same thing as taking an artist that is very unique and putting them on a property and asking them to do, an IP book, bringing their flavor to it and letting them kind of go wild with it, but corporations aren't going to.
Although, I mean, it's amazing what they let, Nick and Scott Snyder do with Batman, that absolute Batman.
And it's bringing people into comic shops.
Yeah. It's I haven't read, there's just one thing that I've read about it, because I remember at one point Frank Miller was working on I'm pretty sure it was David Fincher. Maybe it was Darren Aronofsky, one of them. And that was what he was doing. He was having it was Batman kind of year zero, where he's living in a sewer, he doesn't have any money. Yeah, and it was really, and I think some of that kind of made its way in, but maybe I'm mistaken. Yeah, because I haven't read all the issues of Absolute, because I don't. Where I live, there are no comic book stores.
Where does this guy live?
So you have to have things sent to you.
I go into and I just.
I will say this.
Let the man talk.
Artwork is beautiful.
It is. And I gravitate, for probably the last 20 years of my life, I've gravitated towards more of the independent stuff, Image, Dark Horse, But I'm having more fun right now reading the DC stuff than I think I have in all of my life reading superhero comics. So it's nice to see, but
does Marvel have any? Well, the besides Peach Momoko, her stuff, there's the ultimate.
Love Peach.
Yeah, me too. I love what she does.
Yeah, right now Marvel. The Ultimate line's ended, so really.
Because Peach is under contract to Marvel. And they let her do little outside things, and so she did a cover for me.
Yeah.
And originally, what I wanted to do with this next one that's coming out was I wanted to call it the Absolute Ultimate Shaolin Cowboy. I thought it'd be funny, and because obviously it makes for great sales. We put those two things, but then I thought, well, if I do that, I might get Peach in trouble.
Yeah.
Because it might be because she's doing a cover for one of these things that has Ultimate on it. So I didn't do it. But that would have been a funny idea.
That would have been funny. The Absolute Ultimate Shaolin Cowboy edition story. Yeah, she. When I was in Tokyo whatever that was, 3 weeks ago now, a month ago, I went up to Kumagaya and Yo showed me around town and we hung out and
Did you see her all the artwork that the horror stuff that she did before all this stuff?
he didn't bring too much of that. I didn't get to see too much, but I did see some stuff that hasn't been released yet, and it is the magic stuff and some concert posters she's doing, and it leads very heavily into the horror. I mean,
She did a horror kind of a cover for me. So.
If we ever get,
they're so sweet. They're just really wonderful. God, it made me so angry, that whole thing. I remember I felt so bad for her. That New York show where this guy got into a fight in front of the booth. It's like, I'm with her. I mean, Jesus, it's a comic, for Christ's sake.
I wouldn't come back and do conventions here if that happened. No. I mean, and I the last 2 years I've been to Tokyo Comic Con. It's the most organized, people there. They're very kind. I mean, the people attend. I don't know about the
yeah. Oh yeah.
But it's a shame, and it's kind of America in a nutshell. This is why we
it
can have
is
nice things.
I was thinking that there was that year at San Diego where in Hall H a couple of guys got into a fight and the guy stabbed a guy in the eye with a pencil because he took his seat or something. So they had to it became a crime scene, and they had to empty it out and da. And I think I don't know what movie he was pushing, but when Harrison Ford came out, they had him in handcuffs. Just sort of, but man, I mean, you stab a guy in the eye.
Yeah.
Because God, that whenever I go there, and you've been there, you go and there's that crowd of people just sleeping outside,
like they're on.
They can get in there to get into Hall H. It's just mind-boggling.
Yeah.
Just get to see a trailer that'll be on YouTube that very night. The releases. I mean, you get to see the actors too. I guess.
Yeah.
I think I've only been in Hall H maybe twice.
Well, you're gonna be back in San Diego this year, but not at Hall H, right?
Because I was a guest there, and they as a guest they said, "Well, we get you into one. What did you want to see?" I was with my daughter, and she really liked SpongeBob. And we went to the SpongeBob one. We got to see they did like a read through. I got her ticket also, thanks to me. I got rid of the X-Files. When the X-Files came back, I got her into hiding. She got rid of X-Files.
And we're getting the X-Files again. Brian Poop.
Oh, yeah.
And that might actually be at San Diego this year. I think they're probably, because I think they started pre-production when he won the Oscar. He was talking about that they were already in pre-production for the X-Files. So by this summer, they'll probably have already been shooting and shot stuff. So, did you see Sinners?
I did. Yeah, I saw it on DVD because but it made me so sad. Well, spoiler, but I always want things to end really well.
Yeah,
and I guess it kind of will.
It kind of does because he has his life and turns into Buddy Guy. But what a brilliant movie! I mean,
really.
Yeah.
So, in addition to San Diego, I heard you may be doing New York this year.
Yeah, if I get into Artist Alley, I'll go.
I think they'll let you in.
I think I just lost my seat.
Fair enough. What about Japan? Might I see you at the end of the year in Japan?
Maybe. It's really hard because it's so long. How long does it take you to get there?
11 going, around 11 going, and then it's like 10 coming back.
It's 12 going, which isn't so bad, but it's the coming back because with the war in Ukraine, they used to fly over Russia.
And they can't now.
And they can't now. So coming back, you fly over Canada, come over Alaska, and it's 15 hours coming back. Oof. I don't know how it is, but it's a long ride. And
that is. Well, I mean,
I don't know, maybe. I don't know. I got too much stuff anyway. I'm afraid to go over there. I don't
Right.
The things that I buy too many things I don't need. And
Same here. Same here.
I like to go there and buy like Gashapon, but I buy weird things that I can use to draw. Because you can buy those things are so well made. You can buy animals and things, and I use them to draw. I like looking at those.
One of the coolest ones I found on this last trip, and I don't know how long they've been doing them. They did a series, and it's not a plastic animal. They did a series of mini Hino Hideshi manga gachapon, and it's the full book, and it's this big,
Oh my
and
God.
it's like, yeah, it's crazy to think that they printed and bound what amounts to about an inch and a half of a full Hideshi manga, and they did like 5 or 6 different ones. So, I would love to see them do Akira.
I think things that they had like guitars, but there's things like they have. One was lanterns, and I bought one just because it was so weird, like like oil lamps and stuff.
Yeah.
Why? Who's the? I got one around here, some like classic Roman sculpture, like busts. It's like, what the hell, man?
Anything that they can think of, they make into a mini little toy. It's
What was
impressive.
the real thing you can find, and it's you press it, and it makes the sound of a turnstile in a particular Tokyo subway.
I saw those.
I got one. And I just remember my stop when I lived there, and it was always those like the Kichijoji.
I didn't know that Otomo lived there. Aki told me on this past trip that.
What does he?
Yeah.
I saw him once because I know a friend of his, and there was he bought a bar for someone that worked for him. That was really just a really sweet thing. She had an illness, and it was a way for her to make a living. And we met in this bar. It was in Kichijoji.
I don't know if I ever asked you. Did you get to see any of his originals at all?
Only in a window. Excuse me if I've already told you the story. Just like when I was at Mobius's funeral. I mean, they were really big fans of each other.
Yeah.
And, I was the guy that showed his work to Mobius. And on his, where he was his deathbed, he had like a nightstand next to it. And on it was volume 2 of Kaba, it's just a book of illustrations. And I reached out to the mutual friend and said, let him know that he got that book, and that was one of the things, one of the last things he read before he died.
Wow.
And he'd sent a wreath. There was 2 wreaths. That one was Miyazaki, and the other one was Otomo for both of them. They were both.
I mean, it's the power of art. I mean, it's the most. I think. I don't want to speak for anybody else other than me, but I do think it's the most powerful thing that humans can create, and it connects us all. And I guess it's kind of one of the things that really impresses me about still seeing what you're drawing is like, reading this first issue of Staying AI Alive. It was amazing to see what you drew, and this is I don't know how many full issues of Shaolin Cowboy you've done at this point,
Not that many.
multiple hundreds. But you're still drawing your ass off.
I'm trying. I just remember great words. I spent so much time just staring at a blank piece of paper, feeling inadequate, and I still feel inadequate. But at least now, wow, barrel through this. Well, there's an artist I won't imagine. I always think the only thing I'm envious of this artist is that no matter what they say about him, he keeps still doing it. And I wish I had that kind of confidence. I'd have produced a lot more. But then again, I always bring this up. That was talking to Dave Stevenson. He didn't. I mean, when you think of it, he didn't do that much comics.
No.
And he said, "Well, I'm not going to do a lot, but what I do will be quality." And I said, "Man, I
Yeah.
don't know where I've done quality, but I've done. It looks like I try.
Very funny. Have you ever seen his work? It's intense details. Intense.
People talk about your work to me, it's like I don't understand how somebody does all of this. So, you know, but I'm glad and grateful that you're still doing it.
Well, I'm grateful. It's very sweet to hear you say that. It makes me.
I mean,
It's more
I'll
verklempt.
tell you this just little
This
story.
is inspiring. This is an inspiring interview.
You know, I had a friend who turned me on to a lot of comics that I was not reading. You know, Frank stuff and Sandman and Watchmen and the stuff that like wouldn't be in front of a 12-year-old. And he gave me Hard Boiled. He gave me all 3 issues of Hard Boiled. And he's like, this guy Jeff Darrow, and like it was back before we knew that you weren't like everybody thought you were French, I guess, at that point. Because you were in a lot of interviews, you weren't on, you know.
Well, I was in France when I think I had no idea what people thought that thing.
Yeah. And I was just like, I've never seen anything like this in my life. My brain was just like exploding because
I think because one of the things I was told here in France was that cracked me up. I was like, what? He said, well, in order for a comic to be good, it has to take you at least 20 to 45 minutes to read. And your book, it's like you're going to look at it in 5 minutes. In a second. So you were like, when you buy a book, you sit there with a stopwatch. 19 minutes and 42 seconds. This book stinks. What does it? You know,
very funny.
It's correct. Weird criteria.
I have a loose rule.
It pays to stand out. HubSpot AEO tells you where your brand shows
Wanna
up
hear
in
it?
AI search and how to get ahead. Going up.
it is.
That's not everybody here, but just like one guy. Of course, that's what Wachowski said to me. No matter how many nice things you hear, the one thing you'll always remember are the bad things.
Yes.
They're the ones that stay with you, and it's sadly true.
I've had that conversation with Chris about just in terms of like response to some of the videos I put out or interview I put out. If somebody comments something that's nasty, you remember that and you forget that there's 40 other people that have already said like, this is the coolest thing. Thank you for, you know, whatever. So
no,
it is tough.
So because I watched the ones you did. You went to that art show in Orlando.
Yeah,
Art fair, is it?
Yeah, Original Art Expo. Yeah.
Did you like it?
Yeah, I did. I mean, it felt like an old school. You remember what the old school comic shows used to be like, where you didn't have to raise your voice to talk to people. It was that without the comics aspect. It's just art, and it's artists.
That Lake Como was like that too. It's really nice.
And now they're doing the Hawaii one. That Alika is helping to run that.
Wow.
So that's the thing. Like, it's fun to go and be a part of that, and it's also a part of it is it's fun for me to bring people along that can't go, so they can see what it's like. I mean, I never want to promote something that I wouldn't enjoy, that I don't enjoy myself, or that I don't, read. I don't like promoting comics and stuff that I don't have any interest in, because who does it serve?
Yeah.
But yeah, I think you would enjoy OAX, just like you. I know you enjoy Como, right?
Yeah, for me, it gets me nowadays just the travel. And even that, it's like going to Como for music. God, it was almost like going to Los Angeles, because I had to drive long ways to get the plane to go to Paris and It's like Then you can finally get to Milan. Then you got to drive in a car for another 5 minutes. It's like a day of travel, and it's not that far from where I'm at. Whereas in the States, when I was in Chicago, I'd drive out to the airport. A couple hours, I'd be wherever I really kind of wanted to go. But these days, I just decided to do San Diego because I thought, well, I haven't done it in a while. I got a book that's coming out. My daughter has her book, Tramps the Apocalypse, and we can do a sign together. Because you used to sit there with me and draw and sell things. And be nice to do. It's San Diego is really hard to do. I mean, it's extremely expensive.
Oh yeah, they
For me, anyway,
price up of everything too. When you get
the hotels. And I hate that because I have to do a lot of work. I'm doing all this work just so I can go and sit in your room and work some more. But with my daughter,
it'll be fun to table.
Maybe I'll make my money back.
And hopefully,
my remaining kidney.
I'm hoping that she continues to do more books because I really enjoy it. I laughed a lot. The apple, the sense of humor in the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. And I don't know your wife, but you know, between your sense of humor, like I can see where.
My wife is a filmmaker, but she's like the intellectual. I mean, my daughter is too. I'm a moron. But my wife has worked on like these. She's worked on what do they call it? The New Wave, Nouvelle Vague. She worked with she was an assistant director with one of the guys that was, like Jean-Luc Godard and Helen Reddy and all those guys. And so she's like, there's some of these films you're on her. No. I said, is there a dinosaur in it? No, I don't know. Not my dinner with Andre, but that kind of a thing. I was like, okay.
Yeah, that's how I felt about it.
I mean, there's some I really love, but those ones were, it's like, but they're open to everything. That's what I like them. I mean, they appreciated stuff that America just would have been in the trash can. They had been short. A lot of, especially guys that, like Russ Meyer, or some of the Western films of Bud Boddicker, and just Don Siegel, guys that were, they're just they're commercial hacks, and they all had their own voice, vision. But then they'll turn around and do like my wife loves the films of this guy called Carl Dreyer. And he did a vampire film that was just like watching paint dry for me. It just is one film I'd go with her and watch it. What'd you think? Oh, this is beautiful. She loved this thing. And you'd have to, pay me to watch that thing again. Like, how long is this? 3 hours? Jesus.
Yeah, I mean it kind of goes in line with the whole like it takes your comic should take 20 to 45 minutes. I'm of the mind that if a movie is 3 hours long, but I don't notice the time go by, then that's like an amazing thing. But then when I feel that 3 hour runtime,
Exactly.
But
she worked with this guy that I remember it was on French television, on the radio. They were reviewing this, and she worked with this guy. This guy made this film, and this guy had made a film that was 12 hours. And his latest film came out, and the critics said, and it came in at 3.5 hours, which for him would make it a short subject. Wow. And it was his most successful film. It was a film, it was about an artist, and you had this beautiful woman who's naked in most of it. So the people are going to see this actress naked for the most part.
Yeah. I don't know. I think the last really long movie I saw was the second to last Yorgos Lanthimos film, which was Kinds of Kindness, and that was
who
great.
Was this? I'm sorry, who?
Yorgos Lanthimos, who did The Lobster, he did Begonia, he did.
I never saw Begonia.
Begonia was wild. I think you'd like Begonia because it's got a sense of humor that you really got to watch the whole movie.
Because The Lobster I was wanted to see, and I never did see it.
Oh, Lobster's great. I think it's one of the movies that you need two viewings of it. You need your first initial, and then you go back and watch it. I think a lot of. I mean, I wonder if you agree with
I
me.
watched
Something
it
I
once.
tend to say, all art, all of it, needs a second viewing. Everything needs a second helping. Like you see a movie, and then you see it again, and
He
it's
doesn't
like,
sound like
oh,
he
now I need to
agrees.
pay attention to the details a little bit more. Or you listen to an album
He's
and
not
you've
agreeing.
been listening to for a while, and it doesn't hit. But you listen to it again, and it might settle in the second time. I think a lot of, if not all, art requires two helpings.
Yeah. I can think of two movies that I would never ever wanted to see again in my life, and one of them is by Peter Greenaway called Zoo,
Okay.
and the other one is Stuart Gordon's Reanimator. No, that one, no. Actually, it was The Incredible Melting Man.
Okay.
I love that title.
Maybe it was because I was working in advertising, and I've been working like night and day, and I finally got to go and see a movie. So it took me to see that movie, and it was so awful. And I was pissed off. I got wasted my one night off to see this movie that's just. I mean, Rick Baker did the effects, and it was that's all it was just this melting guy that. And gosh, to this, that one Reanimator too is I can't. It's funny.
Well, I guess it's.
But that's. I don't
That's
like
two movies.
Yeah.
I mean, I won't watch Requiem for a Dream again. All you need to do is see it once.
Yeah, I didn't even see. I just have gotten to the point where I don't want to go and come out depressed.
Yeah, but if it's something that I think maybe I should clarify. It's like if it's something that you didn't hate, but it's something that you're like, I don't know how I feel about this, and you watch it, or you listen to it again, or you read it again. I mean, I've given certain comics 2 tries, and because I didn't like it the first time, and then I tried it again, and I didn't like it the second time. So then I'm like, okay, I don't like this writing or whatever, this artist. But I think, especially these days, because there's so much we have available to us that we watch or listen or read a lot of things, and because the turnover of how much stuff we're consuming is so much, then sometimes it's good to stop and be like, let me watch that again, or let me read that again and see how I feel. But besides the cons, besides the new book coming out in first week of July, anything else you want to talk about? Anything else you want to tell the audience that's coming out, or any other books?
Go and see The Furious. That looks good.
Yes.
And I think I'm looking forward to it. I think Stephen Chow's sequel to Sheldon Soccer comes out in China this summer.
I didn't even know he was making a sequel.
Yeah. I love him. Yeah. That movie. That's a movie. If it comes on, I just watch it because it's so sweet and it's so funny. And
look at me. I've got a list of stuff
it's so unique
to watch thanks to this video.
I remember when I was reading with Chelsea, they said, "Why don't you guys? You could produce just like because soccer in America is not." They said, "Let me just football, Shaolin football, a monk that gets hired by the Los Angeles Rams. I mean, Jesus, that could make a fortune." I'm so surprised no one has done it. Or even basketball, Shaolin basketball.
Yeah. I mean,
I don't know.
What are they waiting for?
Original ideas aren't really the thing Hollywood's looking at. Although in the last 3 weeks, it's proven that horror is really.
Yeah, that's crazy. Wow.
Yeah. Obsession. I've seen it twice already.
Really? Is that good?
It really is.
I don't know about that because I'm not a big horror fan.
Obsession.
I know. I'm not a Evil Dead for me. I love that stuff. Just because I love Bruce Campbell, and I hate I don't know how those movies end. I hate when the whole we got out of this alive, and then the monster pops up in the back seat of the car. The movies that bothers me so much. I hate the movies of what's that guy that did
M. Night.
He was a rock star. What's his name? It does.
Oh, Rob Zombie.
Oh, I can't watch that. I watched that one that has Rainn Wilson in it. I don't know what it is, but God, it pissed me off so much. You go through all that, and then once again, it ends.
I tried to watch Halloween, Rob Zombie's Halloween. Couldn't make it through.
I can't. I don't like gore porn. This is what the
Yes.
hostel, that kind of stuff. I can't watch.
No,
So
yeah,
true.
No, I can't watch that.
Yeah.
It makes me too nervous.
Yeah.
I'm a very squeamish person.
With your
Which is-
with your badger skulls.
Like, there's nothing held back.
It's all kind of goofy. Even my wife, who doesn't like any of that stuff, thinks it's so over the top. Like Evil Image, she likes Evil Dick. It's just so goofy.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, I love that. You know, like early Peter Jackson with
Yeah.
Bad Taste and Dead
Yeah.
Alive. Yeah, that's that kind of horror. But Obsession is a very well crafted movie if you look at it from like all of the aspects of filmmaking. But it's just a very effective, like anxiety ridden story that I mean the movie going experience of it was one of the best I've had in years. Like watching that in the movie theater, and then the second time, even though I knew what was coming, it still made me like squirm in my seat.
And it's like he's like 20 years old. Is that the one who was directed by, or was that Backrooms? It's when
Backrooms. So Kane Parsons is 20, and I think Terry Barker's 27. So they're still in their 20s.
Wow, it's amazing.
It is. I mean, the YouTube generation, the kids that grew up putting videos on YouTube, like it all leads to this. It makes sense. You know, free film school, free, you know, and then I think also a part of it is when you're putting an original piece of video or film or whatever on YouTube, the immediate feedback is actually, I mean, it can be terrible, but it can also be a positive experience because, like, if you're tapping into something that's connecting to literally millions of people, then you know you're doing the right thing.
So how did they put it out? Did they just put out little pieces of it, or what?
I know Backrooms has been like he had short videos with Obsession. He had put out a short film. It's about an hour and a minute long called Milk and Cereal, and he put it out for free. You know, at this point, I think it's got 1 million views, and you could watch Milk and Cereal, which has nothing to do with Obsession, but him putting that movie out is what got him the funding to do.
And how much do you think the budget for that was? Obsession?
I think they're claiming, like they're saying, the headlines are all saying about 750,000.
Wow.
That's like cheapers price. And the studio still, I mean, A24 is very smart about it because I know, I know that like putting out these, but the big studios, they want the Avatar money.
Yeah.
And like make a bunch of lower budget films, 20, 25, 30 million, and
bring the same amount in.
Roll the dice and get the next, Titanic. And
what's wild to me is that like you hear a lot of the Hollywood budgeting talk is 200 million for advertising, 100 million.
Yeah.
What they're missing, and hopefully maybe this helps level things off. What they're missing is that like word of mouth is the most powerful advertising period, and it has been for as long as at least I've been alive. Because especially now with the internet, but even we think about certain comics like Weapon X. Weapon X was this thing that like everybody was talking about before it came out, and it was such a big hit because of it was Wolverine, but it was word of mouth. It was people telling me that I need to see this because it's Barry Windsor Smith. As a 12-year-old, I didn't know who he was, so I had heard about Obsession, and I'm like, oh, let me go check this movie out. I don't even think I watched the trailer, and we haven't seen this in a long time. Where every weekend it just keeps making more and more money.
Yeah.
So, well, I can't fix Hollywood. I don't know if you can either.
No,
but
probably wouldn't want to try.
Yeah. Well, Jeff, thank you so much for your time. And
thank you for your time.
Yeah, this has been a
I'm
blast.
gonna do this thing where I noticed it earlier. I could do this kind of a 2001 Space Odyssey thing.
You just need the score. Maybe I'll put the music over it as we close out the interview. Shaolin Cowboy, Staying AI Alive 1 comes out July.
It's action packed.
Action packed. I've read it twice, and I've enjoyed it twice.
Wait till you get to the third one. That's when it actually picks up.
Sweet. Well, Jeff, always a pleasure, and then I hope we get to do something like this again.
Thank you so much for your support, your kind words. Truly appreciate it. Because we all, no matter who we all work in this vacuum, and it's just nice to hear your things.
Yeah. Well, I know my. Oh, sorry.
I just say it means a lot. Thank you.
Well, thank you for keeping.
And I know you're going to keep that backdrop. You're not going to change that once this thing is over, right? So let's not put it on, and you're talking with Daniel Warren Johnson or Nick or Barry Windsor Smith. That'll be in the background there.
Yeah. We're basically just talk about how every interview is just gonna be talking about you. Actually, I'm interviewing Dan in like 3 weeks. We're recording again. Yeah, I love
He's a
Dan.
good guy. Yeah.
So. And I'll be recording with Brian Michael Bendis. I'll leave these up for that too.
He's a good guy too.
Yeah.
Most guys in comics are good guys. There's a couple guys in there. But I won't say that. I'm probably one of them.
Thank you so much for watching. And like I said at the beginning,
save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual. Ah! Limu, be honest. Is this you?
It's great. Joe sent you a message earlier, said acid. Okay, cool. Thank you. Hard to draw and watch at the same time. I'm gonna have to bookmark this.
He's a good guy too.
Yeah.
Most guys in comics are good guys. There's a couple guys in there. But I won't say that. I'm probably one of them.
Thank you so much for watching. And like I said at the beginning, July 1st, Dark Horse Comics, Shaolin Cowboy, Staying AI Alive, variant covers from Peach Momoko, Ryan Otley, Dave Johnson, Ad Granov, who else am I forgetting here? Daniel Warren Johnson. How could I forget DWJ? That comes out, and then I think it's a 4-issue miniseries, so you can pick that up every month. Some other stuff coming along the way from Jeff, hopefully by the end of the year. He will also be at San Diego Comic-Con and hopefully New York Comic-Con and hopefully Tokyo Comic-Con. But I'm not holding my breath. Or Japan Comic-Con Expo. Anyway, on my part, we've rounded the corner of 100 episodes, and we're well on the race to 200 episodes, and Hopefully by this point, I'll have hit 3,000 subscribers on YouTube, closing in on about 5,000 subscribers across platforms. But look, this podcast, I want it to grow, and I need your help to do so. And there's a couple ways you can do it. You can drop a comment on YouTube. You can like the video. You can listen to it on Spotify and leave a comment there. You can rate or review the podcast on a bunch of those different major platforms. But sharing it also helps. Sharing it on social media or sharing it with a friend. And I want to continue to have artists and creators and musicians and people on who I'm a fan of, because I built this podcast as a extension of my fandom. I am not the tastemaker for every human being alive, but I'd like to think that if you watch this podcast and you like the people and the guests that I've had on, then we have a similar taste in certain aspects. So that's my goal with this podcast. And one day I'd like to say this is exactly what I do for a living, and hope to do this until I'm old and decrepit. I'm all kind of halfway there. But anyway, I've ranted on for too long. Thank you so much. Thank you to Jeff. Thank you to everybody listening, watching, who's subscribed. Anywho, my name's Dave. That's me. This is Direct Edition, a podcast about nothing and everything. And I'll see you next week.
Some people are like, I got a script, man. I can't get it made and shit. Like Mallrats, Twilight and Mallrats. I'm trying to make it for years. Universal's like, okay, we own Mallrats? Like, so.
No, you don't. It's mine.
Yeah, I wish. So they don't give a fuck. So it's never going to get made. And I have two versions of it. I know I'm going to fucking do them in comic book form. Definitely the first one that I know will never get made, the one that was built around Stan before he passed and stuff. Might as well do that in comic book form. And then if I don't get the other one, you're right. It was close call. And then if I don't get the other one made, I'll, fucking do it in comic book form. So yes, I think comic books are enjoying a heyday because it's a place where people can still go and be creative. And yes, I know a bunch of people out there would argue like, how creative can you be with fucking Superman or Spider-Man or Batman for the zillionth time? You'd be fucking surprised. There's a reason these characters have been around for fucking decades. And you would think I've seen every permutation of a fucking Spider-Man story there is to tell. You cannot fucking impress me. And then they put up a trailer and you're like, holy shit. Like fucking, he's going to spin real fast and come webs everywhere. Oh, fucking take that fucking party dollar gun.
Damn, Kev. Kevin Smith. This is a PG-13 podcast, dude. I'm not even 5 minutes in.
People are craving authenticity, right? That's why influencers are doing better than traditional advertising because it's authentic. In a comic book, you can be authentic, tell a story from you that doesn't get, committed to death in a studio.
And also showcase your affection for that world, your respect for that world. Like, people that wrote about Days of Future Past were like, this is fucking dumb. But my God, it's clear how much he loves Marvel and knows about the Marvel universe. Like, what a sweet homage and stuff. So yeah, you could really showcase how much you know about that world, how much you fucking love that world. And authenticity, you're right, fucking sells now, to say the least, man.
Yeah. So the only thing that makes me curious about A Grinch 2 is that the script will be written.
We're still talking about this shit?
Yeah. I'm still
We're going to make a Grinch too. The story's told.
Maybe, but if they do, the script will be written by Alec Berg, who worked on
Schaefer and Berg, yeah.
Silicon Valley.
And worked with
Jeff Schaefer and Dave Mendel.
Mendel's going to work on the script?
Yes. So
did
now
he work on the first Grinch script?
Because
I know he did Cat in the Hat years ago.
Yeah, I don't know if he worked on the first one. I don't imagine he did.
I mean, look, you have my attention now that Mandel's involved. He's one of the
I know you were shitting on it 2 minutes ago.
I was shitting. I was already serious, but now that Mandel's involved, fuck it. Mandel is the guy that wrote Who is Driving? Bear is Driving. How can that be? For the Clerks, the cartoon. Didn't even wrote it. He ad-libbed it on a microphone. He was like, can I throw some words over this? And we're like, go ahead. And just stream of consciousness brilliance, man. Perhaps racially inappropriate in retrospect, but still, fucking very funny bit.
To Bears?
It was no. It was the bit was the script got lost when we were sending the animation overseas to Korea. And so the Korean
Say no more.
animators had
See
to
where we're going.
animate it, and they came up with like the best audio track they could and shit. And so it was Dave just approximating the animators' voices and stuff.
So no notes.
Yeah.
Just impervious humor.
Yeah.
Immortal.
Yeah.
Outstanding.
But wait, so that's the guy who might be writing the Grinch.
Yeah, those three dudes.
How do you fucking? Well, they did technically a sequel. I am drunk.
Yeah, there it is. Okay, that explains a lot.
For my friend. And it's embarrassing because there's only 2 sips and shit. But I heard it in my voice. I started getting loud. I'm like, they did a sequel. They did a sequel when I was a kid. It's called Halloween is Grinch Night. Jesus. Never saw it. I have a VHS of it. My cousin Emily gave it to me years ago. I never saw it because the night we were at my Aunt Barbara's house. And it was me, my brother, and sister. I was sitting there with my cousins, Lori, Dee Dee, and Butchie. We're about to watch it. It's about to come on. And all of a sudden, my parents in the kitchen had a fight with my Aunt Barbara, my Uncle Don, and my
Oh,
grandparents.
geez.
And they're like, that's it. We're leaving. And they told us to get our coats and pushed us in the car just before the fucking Grinch began. And this was 79 or some shit. So it's not like, oh, I'd watch it on the DVR. That shit didn't exist. We didn't even have VCRs, let alone fucking DVRs. So I never fucking saw it, man. And they only run that shit once a year, like the Grinch one at Christmas. They never ran the Halloween one again after 20 fucking years. Still never saw that shit. Now, both of my parents are dead, and I miss them like a pain. But every once in a while, I wake up in the middle of the night, and I'm like, you fucking pricks. I had one wish. So they could go back to the Halloween is Grinch Night special. I doubt that's what's going to happen. They'll probably keep it all Christmas themed because that's where the fucking money is. Let's be honest.
I don't know.
One question for you.
Halloween.
Were Dee Dee and Lori and Butchie and Bugsy Malone's gang?
Very Jersey name.
Very Jersey-like. Go get the Butchie.
You guys, man.
We were going to watch the Grinch on TV that fell off the truck.
Yeah. My friend's got a flat tire problem. Call Butchie.
I'm going to offend the one person in the room with me.
Your Grinch friend over there.
But Dee Dee was the one they were afraid of. Like, Butchie was the heavy, but Dee Dee was like the fucking small dog. Like,
Dee Dee.
Butchie is Spike and he's a small dog.
Dee Dee more the claw.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. The one that's like, just break both of his thumbs. Like that kind of thing. Go ahead, Ben.
Did you ever go on YouTube and try to find it? I do that.
I have it on VHS.
Oh,
I
you
just
bought
never. No, my cousin Emily gave it to me because I told her the story. And Emily is Dee Dee's daughter. So I told her the story. And one day she came into my office. She was like, here. She found it on eBay. I was like, are you fucking shitting me? I was like, I'm about to square a circle. It was 10 years ago. I've never watched it. But maybe we should fucking watch it. Like, Scum and Villainy gonna open the fall. We should have a Halloween as Grinch night, man.
Ooh.
And then I fucking, like, literally, it would be 50 years since it aired, and I haven't seen it and shit. Could you imagine we all watch it, and then fucking at the end of it, as the credits roll, like, what do you think, Kev? And I'm dead on the floor. So, like, we never should have showed it to him. That's when his life ended. And
I love that people in the back are like, oh, it's like, oh, he's going to sell you tickets so you can watch him watch the fucking Grinch. It's not some magnanimous, like, oh, wouldn't it be sweet if you had a sleepover and watch the Grinch? Fuck, you pay me.
Shit.
That would be like your version of the Daffy Duck cartoon where he kills himself on stage. It's like the finale.
That where Bugs is like, oh my God, Daffy, that was fantastic.
Yeah,
Dude. He's like, I can only do it once.
That's like your version of it.
That is.
Okay, so in other news,
Can't believe there's going to be a Grinch too.
I mean, me neither, but sure. There's also apparently going to be a Thundercats animated movie.
Oh, Warner Brothers Animation announced they're working on developing a Thundercats movie potentially. They didn't really 100% commit.
They didn't, but Annecy, which is an animation festival, a global animation festival, is currently happening in France.
Right.
And so Warner Brothers had a big presentation, and in this presentation, they teased both Powerpuff Girls as an animated movie and Thundercats.
Powerpuff Girls?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm all for it, but I was there when the first one happened. Like, I went to see it with my kid because she was Powerpuff appropriate. And
Everybody's Powerpuff appropriate, Kevin.
like, I remember that movie didn't make a lot of money.
It didn't.
I wouldn't say it
It's
was
because it's on TV, though.
fucking. I don't think it cleared like 30 million.
Probably not. But hey, in a world where we're getting a Grinch 2, you could also take another swing at Powerpuff Girls.
And they're probably gonna do them like, 3D kind of or CG.
Yeah. And if it's not a musical, I don't know what they're doing.
As long as they use the Jim Venables score, which is like one of my favorite fucking scores of a cartoon, if not any piece of media ever, just fucking so. The score to the Powerpuff Girls was so strong. We sought Jim out to be the guy to score Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back. So if you've ever watched Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back, you're like, it's a pretty good fucking score. The same guy who did the Powerpuff Girls.
Huh. Look at you. Keeping people employed.
When you're drunk, you think everything's interesting.
This is non-alcoholic.
What? Why is it so expensive?
That's how they
How
get
much
you.
your blue milk?
$12. That's the
Actually, that's not bad.
cheapest cocktail in
I was gonna
Hollywood.
say that's pretty cheap.
You know what's wild though is the non-alcoholic spirits cost more than a lot of the alcoholic spirits.
Why?
I don't know.
What do you know anything about this dirty soda shit? I
Uh,
seen that's a trend that's going around.
the only thing I know about dirty soda is that it's got like more sugar than straight sugar.
Oh, is that all it is? So it's like Jolt? I thought it was
Yeah.
soda that somebody cummed in.
Dude,
Fucking
You gotta
dirty
go to a
soda.
special bar for that.
dude.
I mean, Scum and Villainy would be the place you go.
Yeah, but I want you like, can I get a white milk, please?
Dude. We're going to have to
So,
say
yeah,
goodbye to
if you shit
Kev.
about Thundercats, you might get an animated movie in like 2029.
I'm all for it.
Were you a Thundercats kid?
I mean, I respect them. I really
I'm aware of his work.
A lot, nothing but respect for Mumra the Ever Living. Mumra the Ever Living. But I'm not like, oh my god, this movie must be made for me. It's not being made for me, but I will happily see it.
All right.
You know what I'm saying?
I mean, I was a Thundercats kid. And
Were you?
I was.
Thunder,
Yeah, like, of the two swords, like, I much preferred the Sword of Omens to the Sword of Power in Master of the Universe.
Fair enough.
That's just me. I like it. I like
I
it.
know, you just love pussy. And then Thundercats, they were all about pussy.
I mean, Panthro was my Black Panther.
That's right.
And I like a sword that's a grower, not a show.
What?
What else? Did they announce anything? Did they announce any fucking DC cartoon movies?
Maybe. I don't know. They dropped the trailer for Nightfall, this 3-parter.
I guess they didn't have the Absolute Batman news at this
Yeah.
event.
Yeah.
But they're doing that. That's the whole storyline.
With Azrael and fucking Tim Drake doing some Tim Drake shit.
I was buying that book.
Breaking the Bat's
live
back.
while that was all happening.
Yeah, same,
all
same.
those Kelly Jones covers.
Yeah, it's dope. Yeah. So that's happening. I don't know.
I wonder if they'll get around to doing everything. Like, will they eventually? Do you think they'll get around to doing like onomatopoeia and shit like that? What was the thing?
Fingers crossed.
Lightning Job, and the first one was Cacophony.
Yes. Well, I mean, onomatopoeia showed up in Batman: The Cape Crusader.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. Did you get a little taste for that?
$12.
Outstanding. So you can buy another Blue Milk.
Blue milk.
True. I remember where was it? Onomatopoeia first showed up in what was that show called? Superman and Lois or something, or the one that was just on fairly recently. And they used the character, and I fucking saw it in the clip, and I was like, oh my god! And I called up Phil Hester, 'cause Phil Hester and Andy Parks are the guys that co-created. I would even argue created, because I just wrote his name's Onomatopoeia. He's got circles on his mask.
Blam.
Yeah, they had to fucking draw it and shit. So I called up Hester and I was like, bitch, we're gonna get fucking rich. They put onomatopoeia in this Superman show. We're gonna make that fucking fat CW money and shit. Let's retire, burn your house down, fuck everybody. Let's leave our wives. We're billionaires. then Hester goes, this has happened to me before. I've had some DC characters show up on CW shows. And I was like, get out of here. How much you make? He was like, $200. I was like, fuck!
So no? All right. I'm
It's
sorry.
like blue milk money, man.
Yeah, speaking of which.
Yeah, bitch.
Ah,
Do you like the cherries? I saved my cherry.
I need two of
No shit. Look at him. Oh, shit. Damn, man. Tie a knot. Do it up, Audrey Horn.
Can I do it? I'd be much more wealthy if I could do this. I'd have married heavy.
If anyone can Twin Peaks two cherries, come up to the front. We would love to showcase that here on the show.
In other news, there's a Jimmy Olsen Grodd series,
Live
live action,
with that boy.
with that Skylar Grisondo.
That boy's good. That boy's real good. He's good as Jimmy Olsen.
He's very
but
good as
He
Jimmy
was fucking incredible in Booksmart.
Yeah, and he's great in Righteous Gemstones.
Is that right? He's in that?
Yeah, he plays the youngest son of the Gemstone. He's awesome.
Is that where he came from? Like before Booksmart, he was in that?
I don't think so. I think Booksmart was first.
Was first?
Yeah. Like he's great, and he was great as Jimmy Olsen. You know, the coxman of fucking Metropolis.
I liked him as Jimmy Olsen. I didn't care for the Jimmy Olsen storyline.
Not so
as
much.
in that movie. No. More fucking Mr. Terrific. Just beat the shit out of hundreds of people in seats on a beach. That was my movie. Right?
And just mushing people on the bridge of the dumbest starship in the world. There's a moment where it's like, "Hey, can we help you?" He's like, "Get out of my way!" I fucking missed that dude.
Goddamn, Mr. Terrific.
Mr. fucking Terrific. But yes, they're shooting the show. Apparently, it's about to start production shortly, if it hasn't already started. Spin-off out of the Superman movie, out of Man of Tomorrow, and so fuck yeah, give me Grodd, give me
When's
Fuel,
that
give me
Green
Fire, give me
Lantern
everything
show?
that I desire. August.
When's
Next year.
Supergirl's this week?
August. I'm gonna check the card. See,
Coy works for DC. They call it DC Direct. DC Studio Showcase. So have you? But Coy, as previously mentioned, was very busy getting married to Anya and whatnot. So maybe hasn't had his head in the game as much. But have you seen Supergirl yet? You have? Yeah, jump up. Oh my
Yeah,
God!
tell us
Welcome
things.
everybody, Coy Jandreau, man. You've seen Supergirl already?
I've seen the Supergirl.
back up.
Yeah, the names of the wall.
That's my spot.
Yeah.
I also have been drinking blue milk.
Yeah. How?
Like I am.
When did you see it?
About a month ago. I can say that now as the social embargo is up. Tomorrow at 9 a.m. we can all reveal full.
Is that right?
So 9 a.m. is full reveal, but I saw it a month ago.
When you saw it a month ago, did they say this is final?
I saw the movie, and I am a huge Woman of Tomorrow guy, and
The Woman of Tomorrow, meaning the.
Tom King Bilquist's comic.
How close is it to that?
So the Bilquist comic is like this huge spanning epic, and I think they had to make it like a 4-quadrant blockbuster, and I think they nailed the blockbuster take on. Like, if you've read the comic, it's like a HBO series. Like, that's a many long running. But as an epic, they did such a punchy job making it like this punk rock Millie Alcock. She's so a new generation Supergirl. Like, as a guy, like, I want to have kids. I just got married. And the whole time I was thinking, like, I can't wait to have my kids know this Supergirl.
Right.
And it was the first time I watched a movie as a soon-to-be married man to think of my kids. And so I saw Superman, and I was thinking, I finally have a Superman that this is how I see him. Like, David Cornsweet is...
I agree with you. I think he's 100% Clark Kent and Superman.
It was surreal to watch it.
Even, he's just shy of a Kurt Swan Spitz girl.
Yeah.
He is the genuine article, and that does not take away from any other Superman. I don't want the Snyder Bros coming after me and shit. I thought Henry was wonderful too, and of course Christopher Reeves is the gold standard. But for the dude who has to like put on the cape now, you couldn't find a better, more kinder fucking heart. Even in the trailer for Supergirl, like when he's talking to Kara and he's saying like, You know, I'm just worried you're not finding your stride here, Kirk. Like he sounds the way like you would think Superman sounded, or he sounds very Tim Daly. I thought Tim Daly did a really wonderful job voicing Superman for
He's
years.
the Kevin Conroy that doesn't get quite the flowers.
He really does, man. And he was at a con. I was at Washington Summer Con this weekend, and he was there. And I wanted to bomb over and be like, to say not so much that, but I wish I'd thought of that, to be like, bitch, you are the fucking Kevin Conroy who don't get the respect and shit. And I'm sure he'd be like, who are you?
I wrote Superman at that time. But
Kevin Conroy is the Tim Daly who gets all the respect.
That's right. Yeah.
But Corn Sweat to me was the actualization of all of my like daydreams, and it was really surreal to watch a movie that kind of actualized what I thought could never exist. And like he stole my phone at the premiere and took selfies with my dad. Because like my mom wanted a picture and he clocked that my dad wouldn't ask, so he took my phone and like ran away to paparazzi my dad. Like that's a Clark Kent move.
That's
And then, like-
easy to see why he's your favorite Superman.
You know, and then Millie Alcock to me felt like that for Superman. So to
For
not
Supergirl.
ruin any embargoes, since I can't speak to the film as much, Millie Alcock is as much this Kara as Corn Sweat is, and Lobo. Like, how many kids thought we'd ever have a guy that read Wizard magazine play Lobo? Like, Momoa geeked out to Wizard magazine on an interview and lost his mind, and just has waited his whole career. Like, Khal Drogo is just like pacing himself. So it's so funny to watch a guy that's like 7 foot tall be like, "This is everything I've dreamed of. Nothing else matters," and you feel it on screen. Like the
It's
whole movie.
fucking nuts, man. Like he was a wonderful Aquaman. Don't get me wrong, but like that dude was born to play fucking Lobo.
He was playing
It's-
Lobo as Aquaman.
It's fantastic. He was. It's fantastic that he actually got to do it, and that we're actually. I mean, it's not the first time they've done Lobo in the media. They did it on that Krypton show. They did a version of him and stuff. And of course, we've seen him in the animation. But this is like when Harley Quinn, you know, was in Suicide Squad. The rest of the world is now going to discover Lobo if the movie fucking does well. How is the movie tracking?
It's tracking strong. It's tracking, I think, like 70 million opening. Is that where it's at?
It's tracked higher every week, and that's not common, especially between Toy Story and like leading up to Spider-Man. So it's been, you know, a lot of like, okay, what's the week? But Supergirl experience has been like everyone word of mouth's helping.
It's one of those things where the tracking, and I remember seeing this with Black Panther, where the tracking improves every week because they for reasons that I can't put a finger on, under-track movies featuring people of color or women. Like the idea that, like, wait, you mean that more than half the population might like a Supergirl movie seems to be news? And so every week it's like, oh, well, 60 million, 70 million, 80 million. Turns out 95 million, maybe. Who can tell?
I started my review with "I've never been a little girl, but," and every fan on the internet was like, "Oh, what's it like for men to watch the movie?" And it's really interesting how like there's an automatic defensiveness, and like Supergirl's coming out of the gate at a certain like poise, and Millie's had to deal with that this whole press tour. It's so interesting to watch that even in 2026 for this girl.
Did you say you fucking began with "I've never been a little girl," but
Yeah, I basically wanted to.
don't fucking sell yourself short for it. You have
I
been
have
a
been
little
a
girl.
little
Yes, you have.
There were those years.
Man, I saw you. I saw a little girl melt before his bride
You were 3 feet from
as
the
he was
most
doing his
little girl.
voice. Oh,
Kevin saw my vows from 3 feet away, and me just be the closest to a little girl I've ever been.
it was both of them. It was really
And
sweet.
also,
They
listen,
came up with their own fucking
with the
vows. Did you
cranberries
ever
on
write your own vows when you got married?
I
I didn't. I just said the usual bullshit.
Yeah, I didn't have a
These
fucking.
cats actually like meant something to each other.
Listen, I write for a living, man. I don't need to write for fun.
It's kind of the way I
Like,
felt.
you
I was
want me to
like,
write
look,
these?
My wife was like,
Here's
"You
my
wanna write
rate."
vows?" I was like, "Look, I don't get out of bed for less than 250K. It's a writing gig. You gotta pay me."
The guild won't let me write my own.
Yeah. I stood behind the WGA. Like, I can't write my fucking
Yeah,
vows.
listen, to have it to hold is fine. I don't need to rewrite this.
I will say that she got Kevin tears. I was very proud. I saw from afar. We watched the replay, and I was like, that is an invested. But yeah, the cranberries.
She went first. You had to follow, and you did well. But fucking, you know,
I know my place. You're right. That's exactly it.
Listen, man, you don't know what the future
did
will
the
hold.
heavy lifting.
You can still be a little girl if you want to be.
Yeah, it's not too late. Just
Supergirl
never too
2 as a little girl.
As a little girl,
I'm gonna while I'm on this mic, I do want to say I think that Jay's the Future Past as a nerd waiting for that comic my whole life, dude. The blending.
You're a Mallrats
I'm
kid,
the
though.
most specific audience.
Coy is a big Mallrats fan, and that book is very steeped in.
Brody Bruce and Deadpool are in a frame together, man. Like my boys. So I just want to, while on the mic to the YouTube, I honestly have never felt as validated since the moment Mallrats got the acclaim it deserved, man. So to see it sell out,
I'm a big fan. I love it. I love the book.
To give you the
can tell
flowers.
I enjoyed writing it.
the whole third act is like self-fulfilling prophecy from the Stan Lee days, man. It's actually one of those comics that I remember putting down and knowing that in 37 years of perspective, man. It's such a special book, and everyone that hasn't gotten it yet, it's sold out. Go get round two. It's so special.
There was I saw some site where a bunch of people it was the Bleeding Cool site where they put up the sales info and stuff. Where we opened at number 7, yeah, which was really fucking pretty amazing. So in the comments section, there were some people. There was one retailer who was just like, I don't know if any of these figures are accurate, man. So he went through like the top 10 books and how many of them were still on the shelf at his store. So number 1 book of the week was Absolute
Catwoman on it.
So he was like, Absolute Catwoman, ordered 200, 180 still on the shelf. Then he went down to number 7 was Jay and Silent Bob, Jays of Future Past. He was Jays of Future Past, ordered 0. And fucking, so he didn't sell any and shit. And he seemed to be proud that he didn't order any and shit. And which I'm like, God bless, but like as a retailer, like I fucking sold a lot of that book.
House of Secrets sold out. Golden Apple sold out. I can vouch for LA, and man, it deserved to. So.
Golden Apple's got a bunch of books that Ryan just dropped off to me. In fact, a shout out to Golden Apple because I stopped there before I came here and they gave me, or I bought the Bizarro issue 2 that I was showcasing here. But I just signed 2 boxes of Jays of Future Past for Golden Apple. So if you're in Los Angeles, you can roll by there and get them. Or you can go to jayandsilentbob.com or secretstashonline.com. And Jay and I have signed many, many copies. In any event, back to Supergirl. Yes, see it.
Yes, see it. And
you can't say much more.
Yeah,
people are like, say more. He can't.
I have a job I love.
Yeah.
I fought so
He
hard.
just got fucking married. Get off his dick.
Yeah, I gotta pay for the wedding, and I love my job. But it honestly was the experience that I hoped for after meeting her in Superman, and we have Lanterns in August and Clayface in the fall is such a crazy DC stack here. So we had you on episode 4, which we're coming up on my show, and it's so crazy to look at a DC slate that is just so full of like hype and excitement. So I can say Supergirl continues that wave, and far out 9 a.m. I can say more.
Sneak peek.
Can I ask one question? As somebody who has a little girl, what is age appropriate to take to Supergirl?
So she has a Sex Pistols disposition, but it's never in a way that is aggressively going to cause the parents to have to parent harder, but it's also an awareness of independence. So I would say like a little girl that's starting to show that like, I'm doing my own thing, but also like I think girls should discover that as soon as possible. So like I think as young as possible if they're not going to be scared of Jason Momoa looking like a member of KISS.
So like 5 is okay?
3.5, man. Bring in Supergirl not playing.
Aaron Flynn, ladies and gentlemen.
Coy is my neighbor, and I'm going to bring my wife to your house if my daughter has a problem with this movie.
We got one more news bit, and it's because every week we have to have a sad one. James Burrows passed away.
Yeah.
If you have ever seen a sitcom in America, you have seen James Burrows' work. He has directed thousands of episodes of sitcoms, including co-creating Cheers. He directed fucking Taxi back in the day, and has been doing it for the last 50 years. And so, if there was ever a master, if there are 2 people responsible for the way sitcoms are
Norman
in the
Lear.
United States, it's Norman Lear and it's James Burrows. And sadly, we lost both of them this year. But television looks the way it looks. It's funny the way it's funny because of those 2 people.
If you ever want to see his work in front of the camera, because Lord knows if you want to see his work behind the camera, throw a rock in the a show. He did fucking 10,000 episodes of Will and Grace.
Yeah, I mean, the pilot of Cheers, the pilot of fucking Friends, the pilot of the pilot of the pilot of. He was that dude.
But he
Simpsons.
acted as well. If you go back and every season of The Comeback, Lisa Kudrow show, the one that just wrapped up its third series, or it was third season, and they called it its series finale. In the first season, he plays himself as a director of the show, and he's absolutely wonderful. Very dry wit, but an absolute legend in the field, man. Nobody had an unkind word to say about this guy. He was beloved and respected, and rich as fuck from what I know. Because when you direct a pilot of a fucking show that goes for like 200 episodes, like you get a taste, or you used to back in the day, you used to.
And to get James Burrows to direct the pilot, you have to give him a piece of it. And so a piece of Friends goes a long way.
Yeah. Shit. Yeah.
Nice.
So, but yeah, like you said, never a bad word said in public about him. I'm
How
sure.
old?
84.
Wow. What a great long life, man. And like doing what you love. And I think he only made one like theatrical film. Like I think he directed a movie, but he liked TV so much more.
85. Not bad.
85. What a fucking, as we say on Hollywood Babylon, big bucket of wind. And you're right, dude shaped the culture and shit. Sitcoms don't look like or play like that anymore, really.
Yeah.
You know, Ricky Gervais, I guess, would be the next guy that shaped the culture because now everything looks like an episode of The Office.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
back then, this was a 3-camera, 3-act structure, classic sitcom format. And yeah, he was an absolute maestro. Give it up for the great James Burrows. All right, man. That's all the news we
That's
got.
all the news.
We did the news, kids. That means what? We do Q&A time, isn't it?
We got Q&A.
All right, man. Banff Man, this year, the proprietor of this year bar, has picked some questions for us to read. And if I ain't saying shit, so I'll get another blue note. Mark got 2. What the fuck, man?
You just got an ass, baby.
It's all that fucking black privilege you got.
You know?
Oh, shit.
I finally found it. I get the colored milk on demand.
All right, man. What do we got?
We got our.
And don't forget, we got shit to give away.
We do.
Oh, yeah.
Right here, kids, we've got 3 tickets, sets of tickets, 2 tickets a pop, man. It says August 2nd, 6 p.m., August 1st at 10:30, and July 31st at 3:30 p.m. So there's specific times for these. And then also, Mark brought in
Some rich shit.
a Ridge keychain and a Ridge billfold. The folks at Ridge have sponsored our show in the past. These things are, you can put your keys on here, man, and survive a nuclear blast. You'll die, but the keys will be right there. And this thing protects credit cards like a motherfucker. So people love this Ridge shit. Ernie O'Donnell's podcast.
Protect your credit card with your life.
And I'm also giving away some comic books. I'm giving away a comic book called Census that I co-wrote with my buddy Adam Freeman in the back over there. Hey! So I'm giving away a copy of that. I'm not going to say there's somebody else in the house who's got a box full of comics. It is giving them away, but
I knew you were going to call me up on it. All right, I'm going to throw in some comics as well.
throw in some comics.
Right here, man, you can get Jay's of Future Past signed by the author. And I'll throw in the Bizarros as well.
Ooh.
Save you a trip to the fucking comic book store. But I didn't sign these, so somebody got a pen.
Am I going to Sharpie in the house? So I can type mine as well.
All right, we ready to go, man. Let's
He beat you to it.
wish.
Slow on the draw, my friend.
What is this? It says 5 copies. Is this something we have to read?
This is ScreenX copy that we blew right through.
Spider-Man Brand New Day is the first film that's shot for ScreenX, man. For the first time ever, ScreenX was on set, bitch, during production of Spider-Man Brand New Day, working directly with director Destin Daniel Cretton. It's pronounced Cretton. It's a Monsters Inc. joke right there. To create a unique version of the film designed exclusively for the ScreenX experience. This version of the film is an authentic extension of the filmmaker's vision that further brings fans into the world of Spider-Man, surrounding audiences in ways uniquely possible in ScreenX auditoriums. You will shoot your fucking webs. I added the last part. Okay, so
For everybody in chat who's like, Spider-Man wasn't shot for ScreenX, blah blah. There you go. It was. Tom Holland did a little commercial for it also. It's not just me saying it. It's not just Kev. Tom Holland.
I'm such a comic book pro, I signed the fucking bag of board like a dick. What a noob.
And Tom Holland knows what he's talking about. They named the fucking tunnel after that kid, so he knows some shit.
Look at that, man. They're married, right? They're not admitting it, but they are married.
I mean, they're admitting it without saying we got married, but it's like my lifelong partner. Like, all right.
I like those kids. They seem very genuine.
They're adorable.
Very authentic and stuff.
I just saw an interview with Tom Holland. He was talking to Amy Poehler.
My favorite Spider-Man, that guy. He was good?
He was pretty good, and he was saying that
He said he wouldn't host SNL. They asked him to host SNL.
Yeah, because he's dyslexic. And
Is that
so,
why he skipped it?
Yeah, because he's like, I could do it if I get it ahead of time, but they make so many changes on the fly.
Yeah.
He's petrified that he'll come up against a cue card and not be able to read it in the moment.
I didn't know he was
And he was like, he's like, I'm petrified of it. Like, if they told me there's a script I can memorize, I'd do it in a heartbeat. But
That's what Macaulay Culkin did when he was a host as a kid. He memorized the script because he didn't,
he's like, I'm great with improv. He's like, you work with fucking Robert Downey Jr., you have to be. But cue cards petrify him.
That's a valid excuse right there.
It is. I buy it.
All right, man. Where are we going?
Jesse Campbell.
Who?
Jesse Campbell.
Jesse Campbell. Welcome, Jesse Campbell, everybody.
For a second, I thought it was Chesty Campbell, and I was like, is it my birthday?
Chesty LaRue. Jesse Campbell. How are you, Captain? I'm good. Good to see you, man.
Pleasure.
What do you got for us?
All right. Since we're celebrating America's 250th birthday with events like parades, my question to each of you: if you were to hold a parade in your honor, where would you hold it, and what kind of floats would you have?
I would hold mine. See, I'm tempted to say New Jersey, but everybody knows me there. So I would want to do it in a high-profile place where people are like, who the fuck is Kevin Smith? But they'd walk away like maybe I gained a few new followers. I don't know. It makes more sense in Jersey, though. Although fucking that Knicks parade looked pretty fun. Maybe I could have something like that. I guess it would have to be Jersey. Where in Jersey, though? Would it be Broad Street in Red Bank?
I mean,
That's where Jay and Silent Bob's Secret Stash is. Maybe in front of First Avenue in Atlantic Islands, where Smod Castle Cinemas is. Yeah, you know what? That needs more. Smod Castle Cinemas. I'd have the parade right in Atlantic Islands down First Avenue. And the float would be, can I have a balloon?
Of course.
I would have the Bullwinkle balloon from the Macy's parade. And if people are like, what does this have to do with Jay and Silent Bob or Kevin Smith? I'd be like, Kevin Smith loves Bullwinkle. And then I'd keep the balloon.
how far apart are
Put it up
Smod
in my-
Castle and Stash?
15 short-minute drive between the two. One is in Atlantic Highlands, one is in Red Bank, both in New Jersey.
But what's the mileage? What do you think it's like?
Like 15 minutes, maybe 7 miles tops.
I mean, it's also
You mean what's Atlantic Highlands length?
no. I mean that what I'm thinking is you ought to have like a 5K between the
I thought we were
theater.
having a parade. Now we're running.
You don't have to
My
run.
fans don't want to run.
They can fucking walk it. But if you had the fucking the runners
Do it between the two.
do it between the two. You start at the theater, you end at the Stash, you have signing at the end, you have breakfast at the beginning, whatever the fucking version that is.
It's actually kind of smart.
I'm trying to make you some money.
But if I do that, then people will be like, "Or Kev, are you running?" I'll be like, "Oh fuck no."
Yeah, but you can walk.
That's true.
You're a bitch, you can walk.
I will. I'll fast walk the puck.
See? All right, that's a good answer.
Thank you.
Where am I having this parade?
Also, I'm sorry, for a float, I would have made completely of chrysanthemums, kind of like the Rose Bowl. Jay and Silent Bob. And
One person in the
there's
room
two
with
of them
me.
on a float.
Four people. Anybody want a Cyclops? Let's do a Cyclops.
So here,
auction.
you be Jay, I'll be Ken.
Okay.
Create temporary listing.
Who wouldn't fucking talk about that
Comics
parade
and
forever,
manga,
man?
It's the
comic
the
arts.
hand to dick ratio. Is that it? From hey, I'm surprised you didn't have.
We
like,
did
the Cheech and
Cyclops
Chong
today just because I
mobile
love
as your
Cyclops.
float.
And I almost did the classic costume, the solid blue/black with no hair. I like that. I prefer that, but I did make the choice to do the Jim Lee version because I think most people are connected to that one who might buy this. So thank me later. But I would have done the classic solid blue mask with the solid blue/black costume with the yellow shorts. That's my favorite costume. I don't know why. I do think this aesthetically is probably smarter because it gives him a chest symbol and something to break that solid. But I guess because I grew up with the character, with the solid blue/black, I guess I'm still going there. I'll get over it.
I saw an image of that shit, like where like, they were just slow rolling down and they reached across street, and so you could see down the fucking just to see a fucking box. Nobody beating each other up. Everyone just fucking like happy to be there celebrating fucking local sports team of some note.
Well, that's because the sun was still up. And then the sun goes down and it's the
Then they burned all the boxes.
Fucking yeah. Everything's up.
All right, we'll do 20-second auction. Any of you folks into X-Men out there nowadays in absolute Batman world? There used to be a time when this guy dominated the marketplace. It's so weird. It lasted for 80, 90, it lasted for a solid 20, 25 years. Amazing.
That's what it says on the front of the parade.
Is this thing going? Start auction.
Satisfied with that response?
Yes, I am.
Come pick out
Here we
your
go,
movie.
starting auction. Getting weird. I'm getting weird process wheel
That's the move. I would do
on the laptop.
I would do well you guys can finish it. Northbrook, Illinois, which is where I grew up, better known as Shermer, Illinois.
That's Shermer.
A float down Shermer Road with German people in lederhosers.
Oh yeah,
Matthew Broderick singing Twist and Shout.
Dr. Shane first. Then
Anybody interested in a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle character? You decide who the character is, because I can't. I don't know who it is. He needs a weapon in black and white. He needs a weapon of some kind to identify him. So here he is, $100. Start auction. 20 seconds.
you know what? You're starting a local agreement with those blue men. Like, fuck this parade. Piece of shit.
Where's your fucking Nazi parade, Illinois Nazis?
I hate Illinois Nazis.
There's one thing I hate. It's Illinois Nazis.
What was that parade in?
And who else we got? Venom Jammer. Venom Jammy Jam. Get some of your favorite artists to fill in the spaces here, or me. You can go in the bin and purchase 3 remarks, and I'll fill in these spaces with whoever you like. $200 at a regular convention like, say, Fan Expo Chicago, where I'll be in August, or Plastic City in Leominster, Mass, where I'll also be in August. But right here in the privacy of my own studio, $150, $50 off. Here we go. 20 seconds. Some weird symbols on my Whatnot laptop, which I'm not accustomed to. We're going to jump on some new Zodiac's work today. I got a lot of pages still to go on New Zodiac Sagittarius. I want to jump on those. Let's see if MJ is in the bin anywhere. MJ, there she is. So here we go. So it's $80 for a remark at a convention like this. And this book itself cost me like $20, but that's $100 worth of stuff. But here's your opening bid, which is only $60. So get this while you can, if you're interested, before I raise my prices on this guy. My signature right under the circle. I'm not sure if you can see it. What else we got? Any Spidey 2099 fans? Spidey 2099 was the very first character I worked on when I joined Marvel Comics as a working penciler. Here we go, $80 for Spidey 29 remarks at a show, but here at the convention, or here at the non-convention, here in my studio, it's only $60. Here we go, 60 bills. I did not work on this specific comic, but it had a 2099 theme, so I did the remark on the comic. I've got 2099 street cred, so I can draw on any 2099 comic. That's my rule. Full color Deadpool plus projectiles. He's getting all kinds of stuff thrown at him from off camera. He's got to dodge them. Will he survive? Of course he will. He's Deadpool. Deadpool is $300 at a convention or a signing. But here on my Whatnot stream, we chop off $50. Here we go, 20 seconds. Grab your, comes with, by the way, I bought these hard cases, these top loaders, for just in case it gets damaged in transit, but it's also very good presentation. So grab yours today. It comes with it, no extra charge. I do have COAs available, certificates of authenticity. Those are in the bin. They're $5. It's item number 80. If you're into certificates of authenticity. Here's another one. Is Venom, I'm not sure if I even put this one in. If I even put this one in. Let's see. We'll create one. Let's create one for this guy. It's a little bit of work, but so this is a bust. Considered a bust shot. No hands, just head and top of shoulders. So opening bid's only $100. He may be in the bin also. But we're going to try to run an auction for 100. Here we go. Start auction, 20 seconds. Here we go. Comes in this top loader. Very cool. If you want a COA, COA is item 80 in the bin. It's just $5. You could tip me if you want, if that helps make things simpler. This is $150 at a convention or signing. So save $50 right here on Whatnot. What else we got? Another jammer. Spidey Jam. I'm going to run a jam, let's say, product auctions, edit item. Similar Spidey Jam head with webs instead of symbiote tendrils. Get some of your favorite artists or me to fill in the spaces I've designed on here. Once it's finished, it becomes a badass, well designed jam piece. So, this is a starter upper. This is the very beginning. This is where all the action starts. Here we go, 20 seconds. $200 at a convention or signing, $50 off here on the What Not. I had fun this week. Wednesday I drew a Wolverine. Today I drew a Cyclops. We got shit going on here, so that's kind of fun. Any special character requests? We've got another Spidey. Here's a Spidey web spinner drawing. No charge for all the extra cool webs. It's just fun to draw webs sometimes. You caught me in a good mood on this day. So $200 at a signing or convention, but here on Whatnot. Single figure, black and white line art sketches are $150. So let me see if I can find this guy. Looks like I might have forgotten to put him on as well. Okay, stand by. This is Spidey swinging. Single figure, black and white, line art. $20 seconds, $50 off convention prices. Get your Spidey sketch. I like his mask. I like the proportions of the eyes to his head on this one. I don't know why. I always try to make every Spidey drawing I do look a little bit different. So this is probably my favorite proportion of eyes to face. Did that go? Yeah, it just went. Cool. And finally, we got Wolverine versus the Sentinels. One Sentinel. One is enough. Here we go. This is a single, not a single figure for 150, but a torso, which would be about 125 here on Whatnot. And then we add a little bit of a background element. So this one's going for 175. Here we go, 20 seconds. 20 seconds. I don't think I have put this in the bin yet either. So we got a sketchbook here. I usually charge $50 for a remark, black and white remark on people's sketchbooks or on their comics or whatever. This is a Joe sketchbook, collects a lot of the sketches that I've done, most right here on Whatnot in the last year and a half or so. Well, the cutoff was somewhere around February of last year. So, geez, I must have another sketchbook in me by now. But let's sell all of these first before I move on to the third sketchbook that I'll be doing. This one is number 54 of 100. It's got a one-of-a-kind green goblin remark, which is not in the store yet. I haven't put it in the bin. A remark like this costs 50. The book itself is 30, but today's auction is just for a $20 remark, so it's only going to be $50. You save 30, yeah, you save $30 by buying this book right now. Save $30. And look, over 100 sketches inside here. Thank you, Whatnotters, who told me I did sketchbooks right, because there's a lot of great drawings in here. But most of the sketchbooks I see out there have like 12 to 20 drawings in them. It's crazy. There's over 100 in here. Also, if you were part of the Zoop campaign, you got listed in the thank you section. So thank you. All right, what's next? What's next? We got another remark. Let's try this. Let's mess around. Let's mess around. Is our boy Benjamin J. Grimm The Thing? Same book, different remark sketch. $80 value. 50 and 50 for the remark, 30 for the book, $80 value. I'm listing this one for $50. Here we go. Start auction. So it's kind of like getting the sketchbook for free, just paying for the remark. Hadn't thought of it that way. This one's number 52 of 100. Bling. Here's the same sketchbook. This is a very, very limited cover. Number 24, only 25 printed with this white cover. I'm going to list the auction. This is what you're buying, and I'll do a very fast doodle, like a profile shot, character of your choice, no extra charge. So here we go. Buy the book, in other words. Buy the book, get a free doodle. Here we go. Start auction. 1 of 25. So this is 24 of 25. It's a little ding in that corner there. If that bothers you, let me know. I'll grab another copy. I'm not sure how that happened. I'm going to list this again for $10. I don't like selling damaged stuff. So here we go. $10. Anybody, anything goes. Quick doodle. Very fast doodle. Character of your choice. Ding on the corner. No bites. No worries. Wait, did I edit that? Maybe because I didn't edit it. Wait, let me edit it. Hold on. Sorry if I did that wrong. Here we go. Okay, here it is. Relaunch, $10. $10 because she's damaged. I'll do a fast doodle on it if you like. You can just grab a white cover too. I mean, that's your option. $10 for a $50 value. Okay, we're going to edit this back before I start listing these for $10. That was just for this one damaged book. That's going to be $40 off. Let's see. Okay, where'd my bag go for that? This things just disappear here. Here it is. Okay, this is the same book, much better condition. Let's just make sure. Much better condition. This one's number 12 of 25. There is a quality of the paper stock that makes it very difficult for the corners to be perfect. The coating on the paper almost always seems to lift when the paper is folded. I tried to avoid that affecting the art. That's why we have a white spine on these covers here. But this is something you really can't, if you have to fold the paper in order to make it a cover. That's something that I would say is not always preventable, but this is still a near mint copy. This is number 12 of 25. So let's list this. This is in much better condition. Character of your choice. I'll do a fast black line art doodle. Fast line art doodle. Character of your choice. Deadpool, Spidey, Absolute Bats. We're going to have a few Absolute Bats in the next sketchbook, right? I think so. Okay, is that it? Let's see what else we got. Some of the sketches I've done. Earlier in the year, we had a March cover madness. Unfortunately, these got damaged. I'm going to have to trash them. So let's trash those when we can. For those of you who may or may not know, I'm a longtime comic book artist. One of the most best-selling items that I ever worked on for Marvel was called Venom Tooth and Claw. Venom and Wolverine went at it. It's pretty cool. We're celebrating the 30th anniversary at the end of this year. So I printed 30 of these on 100% rag paper with what is deckled edge it's called, where it looks like it's torn. Very cool looking, very high end. The colors are like super, super rich. This also has a remark of Venom in the corner. So we're gonna auction this up today. Only 30 of these. Happy to sign it. I haven't signed it yet, but I can sign it up by the drawing, or I can sign it down here in the white border, whichever you prefer. Here we go. 20 seconds. Starting this one at 110. I was selling these at well, I only took it to one convention so far. It was called Heroes Con in North Carolina. I sold a couple of these. I was asking 120. So get $10 off right here. Got a few Venoms, got a Wolverine. We've got some Spideys. This one here is number 3 of 30. This one's got a much larger Venom shot on it. This one's kind of cool. Number 4 of 30. Here we go. You can also buy this just as a print. It's on 100-pound glossy stock. You can find that in the bin. I forget which number it is, but the prefix code begins with, I believe it begins with 300. Yeah, all of my prints start with 300. So if you're looking for prints, you can either do a search or scroll down to 300. And all the prints I've got, probably over 40. Those are all available in the same section of the bin. Here we go. Let's list this guy. Here's the remark up close. Only 30 of these printed. Any questions while we're in the auction? That's cool. That's cool. Here's one with a little bit of, I guess, a halo effect on him. The symbiote is like vibrating or shimmering or something. I don't know. You decide. This is number 5 of 30. 20 seconds. Some guys, some fans, they like the Venom tongue. Some fans like no tongue, just teeth. And that doesn't sound suggestive at all. Here's one. Venom profile. We'll do this for 20 seconds, and I'll throw in a print of my buddy Ian's Undersea Hero character. Free print, 11 by 17, delivered with the Venom Tooth and Claw anniversary print. I can sign them both because I did the art for this particular piece, and I can sign this as well. Here we go. That comes free when you purchase number 6 of 30. Here we go. It's 20 seconds. Let's try a different character other than Venom and see what happens. The Spidey, I did 2 Spideys and they both sold at the show, so I did a few more since I got home. Here's a Spidey. This is number 9 of 30 with a Spidey Sense print remark rather. Here we go, 20 seconds. Only 30 of these made, and I don't have the glossy print next to me, but there's something about this paper, the way it took the ink. It's like super, super full. I don't know how else to describe it. It looks very cool. Fine artsy. Number 12 of 30. This is Wolverine, the man himself. Here we go. This one comes with the Undersea Hero print, free print. It comes with looks good, said Acid. Thank you, Acid. Appreciate it. Acid. VIP in the room. Give it up. 13 of 30. Wow. 13 of 30. This one's got like a Wolverine in hell kind of vibe. Lots of red lighting. Love this idea. 20 seconds. 13 of 30. Very hot looking Wolverine. Comes with a print of Undersea Hero. Artwork by me. I can sign both. else? Yeah, we have one last one. This one has a tear. Where'd it go? Number 14. What happened to 14? There it is. This one's got a tear. I'm going to list this for roughly half price. Hold on 1 second while I edit this. That's the one thing about this paper. It's a little fragile. I guess I manhandled it a little bit. So this also comes with the Undersea Hero print, artwork by me. This one, FYI, it's got a tear. It just starts to crack the actual art. But once you frame it, you can't tell. I just can't stand selling stuff that's damaged. But I can't throw it away either. There's a cool drawing there, kind of Ditko-esque. Spidey looking face there. So here you go, half price, 60 bucks. Daytona in the house. I sent you a message. Let me know after the stream. Oh, no problem, Acid. Daytona says, Joe, have you seen the cover for Wade Wilson, Deadpool #5 from a few weeks ago? Would that be considered an homage to your work? I would have to check it out. Deadpool #5. Deadpool #5. I guess you'd have to send me an image because I don't see anything in the Deadpool 5 images on a Google search that looks familiar. But maybe send me a text or a DM here and I'll look at it after the show. Thank you for letting me know, Daytona. Thanks again. No worries, Acid. Do you have anything else? Anything else you want to blow out? And if you go in the bin, you'll find the Venom Wolverine recreation, which I did. But let's see. I think that's it for today. Anybody have any questions or comments or comments? Sent an email link. Let's have a look. My email. Emails are good. Here he is, Daytona in my mailbox. Let's have a look. Oh, oh, that's like a traditional face-off. I don't think I invented the face-off, but thank you. Thank you for crediting me with the face-off. But no, I don't. I wouldn't say that was specifically mine. Now, maybe if it was Venom and Wolverine and they were both kind of, claws under the chin kind of thing, maybe. But even then, I don't think that's a super original take. There was actually a Fantastic Four cover that came out along the same year or the same time as this one, and it was the Thing facing off against Wolverine. It was just the two of them. Have you ever seen that one? I want to say it's FF395 because I just ended up in one of my bulk boxes that I bought recently. So actually only a couple days ago got a good look at it. Excuse me. Yeah, Fantastic Four 395. Do a search for that. Well, I can show you if I can open the damn thing. Here we go. Have you guys ever seen this? I don't know if you can see it with the glare, but similar idea, right? The Face Off. This was 1994, so actually it looks like it was a couple years before me, but I had never seen that particular cover um, until recently, and then it ends up in my bulk box about a week ago. So it looks like that predates me, but again, the Face Off, not a totally unique idea. I just got an amazing idea for a Face Off from you. Yes, let's hear it while we're here chatting. Face Offs are always cool, right? Acid, you got the Deadpool one, right? Deadpool versus Wolverine, where she's shoving a knife up into, or was that Johnny Pez? I forget. Into Wolverine's chin. And then recently at a show in Philly, I did Venom and Batman facing off. Liberator versus Cricket. We could do that. Liberator versus Cricket would be good. Cricket versus a ghost would be good. Some kind of Wolverine or Venom-esque demon spirit. That would be cool. Some kind of super, like New Zodiac's Pisces has the bat creature there. It's like you can do a face off. Actually, there was kind of a face off drawing in there. We're talking about face offs, which is interesting. You got my brain going. Hold on a second. I would have bet all my money there was a face off in here. What are you getting at? There it is. Not quite the same amount of intensity on each side, but that's a face off. Liberator versus Cricket, that would be fun. Max versus Wolvie. Max versus Wolvie would be very cool. Gonna need it. No, that's the one I found your stream from. I found your stream. Oh, I see. I see. Apparently, I also have the FF395. Deadpool Wolvie was how I found your stream. This image brought me in. My two favorites, Claws versus Claw. That's right. Max has like that one spiky, big toenail looking claw, right? That would be a cool idea. Max versus Wolvie. Cricket versus Liberator. Yeah, FF395. It was just a little bit, it was a little quiet. Like once I saw it, I think mine has a little more kinetic energy to it. I mean, that's been my thing from the beginning to try to, do drawings that like grab you by the shirt and shake you once or twice by the shirt collar. Definitely go, but either 9x12 or 11x17. Wow, 11x17, that's dedication. Did you guys see the recreation? I think I showed it to Acid. Acid probably saw it in North Carolina. Um, since that website, which I keep forgetting the name of, wants 75 grand for it, I blue lined the pencils, which took me quite a bit of time in Clip Studio Paint. It would have taken me 8 seconds, but I blue lined the pencils, printed them out, and I did a recreation of the Venom Wolverine. So this is not going to look like. I mean, it's the same cover, but you'll be able to compare the line qualities, and some of the details will be a little bit different from the actual original art. Like especially in Wolverine's face, I noticed there were some fine line hatching in the pencils that I didn't quite nail down in the original one 30 years ago. So kind of fun. That's in the bin. I'm not sure what to ask for it, but if you take 95% off, 95% discount off of 75, you get 3,500, I think. So that's what I'm asking. But I'm open to offers from the VIPs. Panel page art, yes. I keep forgetting the name. It's so generic. I should remember it, but that's right. You found the stream through the Deadpool Wolvie face off. I should put that up as one of my avatars or one of my desktops when I put the schedule back together. You take kidneys as first payment? Hell, yeah, I might need one. Also playing with the ideas of doing like a 5-minute sketches again. Is that something you guys are interested in at all? Or do you prefer the more detailed stuff? Sometimes I think, I'm spinning my wheels with the shorter sketches because you don't get this level of detail in 5 minutes. But you do get something that you can drop $30 on in 5 minutes. You know what I mean? So sometimes maybe I'm overthinking. I welcome your guys' opinions. Acid likes the detailed ones. I kind of do too. And let's say I spend an hour. Let's say I spent 3 hours on 5-minute drawings. Let's say I do 5-minute drawings, and that's $150. I could have done 100. I could have done one tight drawing in that amount of time, let's say an hour, and I could have made 100 or $150 with a detailed drawing. I don't know if that's true though. Now that I think about it, I take way longer than 25 minutes to do a super detailed drawing. But I welcome your feedback on that. Not sure how to play it. I do have the auction section of the store, which is kind of getting stale, the $25 art. And that might be something that I occasionally bring to conventions. So I often like to bring lower end original art pieces just to see if I can sell them. When we were at Heroes Con, I noticed there were a lot of these kind of small drawings. They weren't $30, they were like 40 and up. But I did notice a lot of artists had these smaller original art drawings, and I did not really. Mine were all sketchbook cover and up in size. So just playing with ideas. It's a good entry level way into art. Yeah, it's hard to know how to play it, but I welcome your guys' thoughts. I will probably experiment with a bunch of different shit. And of course, I got to get New Zodiacs done, so I should probably run. Oh, I'm an hour late behind schedule. Okay, that's good to know. cool for shows, especially. Yeah, you never know. You never know who's going to pass the table. One guy passed my table in Philly, and he finally came up to talk to me, and he goes, I walked past your table about 5 or 6 times over the weekend, and I never came to the table because I just assumed that your stuff would your stuff would be like $1,000 a page and stuff like that. So I was like, well, thanks for the compliment, but I'm glad he came over because I don't, you know, he could see that I wasn't charging that much. But I took it as a nice compliment. So my point is that, you know, um, I try to have things, especially at conventions or here on the show, that are within everybody's budget. So if you want to just kind of plop in and drop $20 or whatever, I would like to have something like that. You can buy creator owned. You can buy 1,000 hours worth of my work by buying a single issue of your Zodiacs for $10 and signed on top of that. I mean, so that's like, I charge $5 for a signature at conventions. So you're essentially getting the signature for free. But something like this represents many, many hundreds of hours of my time, and you get it for $10. So I like that I have something this low, but my brain is also kind of thinking about um, original art sketches as well. Maybe just the $25 book. I'll just run that until they're gone. I haven't decided yet. Daytona says that was the Bob Sharon, and I showed you at Little. That was like Bob Sharon, and I showed you at Little Giant. Can you remind me of that, please? Bob Sharon's the colorist, right? Did you buy something from Bob that you thought would be pricier? He has it. Oh, right. He has $20 art. Yes. Were we talking about that? Like you were saying, I should have $20 art at my table. Were we talking about that? I forget. Yeah, you were looking to expand, just to expand options. Yeah. So uh, I'm still going to review. I'll review some of my past um, streams. I know I did Remarks one show too, and I think Acid bought 75% of the Remarks that I did. So I think about revisiting Remarks, but I'm even less interested in Remarks than 5-minute sketches. So I don't know. I don't think they have long-term life, and I could be wrong about that as well. You don't have to be cheap like him. But he had a table of drawings done with markers. That's cool. Yeah, not sure how to, not sure the ideal play. And to be honest, every show is different too. It takes that one guy looking to buy a cover, to change a show that is normally all about comics. Second day at Heroes Con, I was selling comic books, which I love to do. That's why I'm doing this to begin with. I was selling a bunch of these, so no complaints, no complaints there. The first day was commissions and original art I was selling. So even the same show, different days, I get different results. Just like to be prepared for every possible opportunity. So I'm taking your suggestions to heart. Thanks for your time. I appreciate it. Yeah, a table of drawings done with marker, like probably colored sketches, I imagine. I could try something like that too. Let's just laying in some color. doing some airbrush spritzes with some colors and trying to make something out of it. A lot of different options. Cool. So I'm going to blow out for today. It's 4 o'clock. I still want to jump on some new Zodiac stuff. I hope you guys had a good show. I had a fun show. Wolverine and Cyclops. Where's Cyclops? Where'd you go, buddy? Well, Cyclops is here somewhere. He's within my reach. I just can't find him. We did Wolverine yesterday, and we did some Cyclops based loosely on this one today. But he's MIA. He disappeared. He took off. There he is. Wolverine, Cyclops, X-Men week. Let's see. So that's Cyclops. I just love Cyclops. That's the only reason why I did that. Last year I was at New York Comic Con. Had Cyclops piece that I had drawn. It had been sitting around for some time. One guy walks up to me at New York Comic Con and he goes, "How much is that?" Pointing to Cyclops. I told him the price, $200, and he bought it on the spot. Never said anything else to me. It was just like complete impulse, look, desire, grab, leave. It was like that. So I'm thinking of him while I'm drawing my Cyclops today. Maybe I'll see him in New York if they let me in. I sent them an email to catch up. Hopefully they'll let me in New York Comic Con Artist Alley this year. I can't do booths. I just don't make enough money at the booths. I need to be in the mix in the Artist Alley. Cool. So let's see. Are you going to Fusion Con in West Springfield? I am not. I've never even heard of Fusion Con, so I'm going to say no. But if you go to the show, mention me, tell them I'm in the area. I wouldn't mind going to the west side of Mass. Get me. I love the Northeast cons. I love them all. I just want to expand a little bit. So the further I can go, the further I can get. I'm going to Chicago this year. I think that's my last long distance show this year. We did Philly, which worked out well. We did Heroes Con, which was good, and we're doing Chicago. Those are my 3 expand the horizons ideas this year. See how it goes. Ron Leary is going. Ron! Along with a bunch of Star Wars actors. Wow, that's cool. Jeez, how good. I don't hear about these things. Very cool. Ron, tell Ron I said hello. He's such a cool guy. He's the guy who turned me on to the sketchbooks with like 14 images and metal covers. He gave me the impression I'm doing it all wrong. He's one of the guys. One of them. He's not the only one. Cool. All right. Let's see. Summer Glau. I loved her in Firefly. She's great. A World Series winning Red Sox pitcher. Sure, those 2 go together. The Sci-Fi Sports. Sci-Fi Sports Con. That's what Fusion means, folks, right? And let me guess, Gordon Ramsay's going to be there too. Very funny. I bet I'm cheaper than both of those. Summer Glau in the World Series pitcher. Awesome. All right, so I got to get some work done today. I still got shit to do today. I hope you guys had a good show. I had a good show. I had fun. I will see you next Wednesday for sure. I'll try to get a bunch of episodes with different themes posted so you guys can give me your feedback, which you prefer, if you want me to change any. I appreciate the feedback. Very cool. So yeah, I'll see you guys Wednesday at noon. Thanks again.